What's up, everybody? Should be live in here. Okay, should be live now in here. So let me know if you can hear me or see me. Please let me know in the chat, please. Let me know if you guys can hear me or not, please, in the chat. Okay. Debbie says we can. Saved by His Grace says we can. Tammy says we can. Okay, great. Let me pull this up here. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Hope you guys are all doing great. Let's get this going here. So, should be all plugged in here. Nice and ready to go. So, you're welcome. All right. Chat seems to be up and running now. That's great. Looks like let me see who all we have in here. So looks like we got Debbie in here. Thank you, Debbie. Looks like we got Tara. Thank you, Tara, for being here. It looks like we have Saved by His Grace. Thank you very much for being here tonight as well. Tammy, thank you very much for being here. Looks like got a few others in here as well. Rachel might be in here as well. Thank you, Rachel, for being here as well. Appreciate that very much too. So thank you so much for that as well. Highly, highly appreciate that. So give it a few more minutes here, and we will jump into some storm chasing origins and some storm chasing 101. So give it about a couple more minutes here, and then we will jump in. But besides that, hope you guys are having or have had an excellent 4th of July celebration. So appreciate that. Appreciate all of the love and all of the support. So thank you so much for all of that. Very awesome. Very blessed for that. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. So again, we'll give it a couple more minutes here, and then we will dive in. So get a few more folks in here, rolling in and everything else. So we will get that rolling here. So what a beautiful, what a great, what an awesome night. What beautiful day here in Chicago. Yeah, we had some rain and all the other stuff, but besides that, it's been a beautiful day. So, been a great time. So again, thank you for everybody for joining in. Looks like we got 66 in here currently, which is 66 more than what I would be thinking on a 4th of July night at 10:50 my time. So very thankful for that. Very awesome for that. Uh, yes, so very thankful, very blessed for Brother John and Melanie. Great stream again by Brother John there with Melanie with him as well. So very thankful for that. Very awesome for that. So if you do type in exclamation point Papa John, his a link to his YouTube should pop up in the chat. So again, that would be exclamation point Papa John. So that's how that would be. So give it about 4 more minutes here, and then we will get started. So if we get that going, so should look like, if I can jump in chat here real quick, should look like that. So see if anything pops up from that, and it looks like John McKinney's Brother John stream will pop up there in the chat, so you'll be able to click on his uh, link and find his YouTube channel there. So again, that is just by typing in exclamation point here with Papa John right after it. So that's how that is. So very great stuff. So that works for Papa John there. So very good stuff. Very awesome on that. Very awesome. So again, give it here about 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we will get started here. Looks like my beautiful wife is in the chat. Great to see you there, sweetheart. Thank you so much, honey. So appreciate that. So great stuff. Great stuff, everybody. Got 62 of you in here. Looks like my subscriber count is currently at 816, which is amazing. Um, so before I know I'll be at 1,000 subscribers. So that is I don't even really know what to say about that. Um, so yeah, I'm at a loss for words for that. So um, when it comes to that, so very very thankful, very blessed for all of you. Um, so to have 816, so you know, to me seems pretty quickly. A lot of it though is obviously is the number one, because number one I'm blessed by God. Um, Thankfully, God is my number one supporter, my number one helper, my number one waymaker, my number one provider. But after that would be after God doing His miraculous work would be getting help from Brother John. So Brother John is a huge reason why that I have this many subscribers right now, as I do. So without Brother John, I would not have nowhere near as many subscribers as I do. So very thankful for that. Very thankful. But first, all the glory and everything goes to God. All glory to God. All praise, all honor, all everything. So Um, so, because without him, none of this would be possible. Um, so I highly recommend that if you do not have a relationship with Jesus, if you do not know who Jesus as your personal Savior, please reach out to me or reach out to somebody who could help you um, become acquainted with Jesus, and you can so you can accept Jesus as your Lord and personal Savior. And again, it is the faith, it is your faith that separates you from everybody else. It is your faith that saves you. It is your faith that is what triumphs over everything. So reach out to Saved by His Grace. As she said, thank you, Saved by His Grace. Just reach out to somebody or anybody, but that is the most fulfilling relationship that you can and will ever have, is having a personal relationship with Jesus. So he is the only way for eternal life. He is the only way for salvation. It's not anybody else here on earth who can save you. We can only point you in the right direction, and through your free will, you have the opportunity to believe and accept, and that is what we obviously want you to do. So appreciate that. Looks like we still got 59 people hanging on in here, so very thankful for that. So without further ado, let's jump back in time a little bit here. So go ahead and get started here. Go ahead and get rolling. So very thankful again. So let's jump back in time. And like Saved by His Grace says, Jesus is not a way, He is the only way. And that is 100% absolutely correct. So Jesus is the only way. So, and amen and praise for what, let's get some W's there for Tammy, for being 7 years clean and sober. So that is awesome. So from that, so that's awesome. W, see you, Tammy. Very blessed and very thankful for that. So very cool. So very awesome. Jesus does, and all the time, change lives. So all the time. So very awesome stuff. So thank you all for that. Very gracious, very blessed. Let's jump and go back in time a little bit to the 1950s, and possibly even before that. But let's look at the evolution of storm chasers, which could actually be the evolution of storm chasing, a deep dive into the origins and impact on weather research. So without further ado, let's get started here. So let's get going. So very great thing. Just a broad view overview. Storm chasing has fascinated many for decades, and that's true. It goes back to we'll get into that here. Roughly, the very well first known pioneer storm chaser. We'll talk about him and how he kind of pioneered the storm chasing movement in the 1950s. So we'll talk a little bit about him and just about how that came about and evolved. So we will move into that. So if we look at the origins of storm chasing, so storm chasing started as a mix of curiosity and necessity, and that is still true to this day. Storm chasers are always curious, and there is also a part of necessity when it comes to storm chasing, because storm chasing helps aid in the warning system and helping individuals, whether through search and rescue and things of that nature. So not only did it start as curiosity and necessity, but it still is that to this very day. So in the early 20th century, severe weather was poorly understood, which is absolutely correct. and forecasting was limited. Obviously, we didn't have the tools, the algorithms, the data sets, and nothing like that. Um, so we'll get a little bit more into that too as well. Farmers, ranchers, and local residents often face sudden storms without warning. That is very true. So imagine being on your farm, even into the 1930s, early 1940s, being on your farm, and there's a severe thunderstorm coming at you, and you have no idea if it has hail in it, if it has a rain wrapped tornado, what are the wind speeds, the direction that it's going, things of that nature. So imagine that even up into the 40s and things of that nature, being caught off guard all the time. So that is a very thankful that we have radar and have the tools in place today to help us pre-warn several minutes out. So when it comes to that, so moving further along, some individuals began following storms to warn others or to simply witness nature's power firsthand. So this is when we get into about the 1950s. And this is what we'll talk about a gentleman named David Hoadley. He is the very first known and the very first pioneer storm chaser. So he is the original OG. He is the original storm chaser out there. So the first documented storm chasers were meteorologists and weather enthusiasts. Thank you very much, Cliff Chang. Just subscribe. Thank you very much, Cliff Chang. Appreciate that very much. So thankful for that. So thank you so much there. And so the first documented storm chasers were meteorologists and weather enthusiasts who used basic tools like barometers, anemometers, and radios. So we're talking the basic necessity tools to measure, to kind of study it and kind of document storm chasing and weather when it comes to that. So they relied on weather reports and visual cues to track storms. One of the earliest known storm chasers, and this is where we get into David Hoadley at, is David Hoadley, who began chasing tornadoes in the 1950s. Not only did he start chasing in the 1950s, he was only 18 years old. Roughly about 18, 19 years old when he first started storm chasing. So around that time, he was like, between 17 and 19. So we're somewhere around 18 years old. So a very, very young gentleman out there storm chasing. And he gets credit as being the very first pioneer. His meticulous notes and photographs helped lay the groundwork for modern storm chasing. So a lot of his groundwork, a lot of his detailed notes, a lot of his plans, a lot of his writings, and everything is still used and it is still put into practice today with storm chasers today. So we're talking about 70 years ago. So pretty cool stuff with that. So that's so imagine if we walk back in time. Imagine it's a kind of cloudy day. It's 1956. You're out in a car and you're out with your family driving around, and all of a sudden you see a young 18-year-old man standing there on the side of the road there, or driving and getting in and out of his car, looking at storms and looking at the sky, and you along with your family have no idea what this gentleman is doing, and you just simply pass him on by, and as you look in the rearview mirror, you still see him gauging the sky, taking notes, taking journals, writing down journals. So imagine that could have been, and that probably was a lot of people, and that person whom you just passed by, and whom a lot of people passed by, was David Hoadley. So pretty cool stuff there. So imagine that. It's the mid 1950s there, 1956. So I'm assuming the cars. I didn't look up the cars in 1956, but I'm assuming that I believe the cars back then were kind of built like boats, kind of like bigger vehicles. So probably not the best chase vehicles if you get struck by wind, but nonetheless, they serve the purpose. So if anybody asks you who the pioneer of storm chasing is, it is David Hoadley. That's who that is. So we will continue on from there. Hopefully, you're still having a great time. Still, hopefully, you're still learning a little bit there. Uh, Tammy says, "Oh wow, Norman, Oklahoma got hit hard. So maybe that's just recent. I don't know if they're talking just right now. I did not get a chance to look at the weather before I started streaming here." Tammy says K4 was the first TV station issue a tornado warning over the air. Awesome. So if and then oh yeah, so let me know if that's what you're talking about recent here, then Tammy or not. But anyways, hopefully thumbs up. Hopefully things are going good still. Hopefully you guys are being able to understand this, and hopefully I'm doing a great job at describing it to you guys as well. So again, as we know, storm chasing, it is basically goes back to the 1956. So as what we know storm chasing as today. So again, there's 56 of you in here. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate that. Thank you. Uh, Storm chasing has evolved significantly since its early days. Advances in technology, communications, um, and meteorology have transformed it from a risky hobby into a valuable scientific activity. Very true. So much advances, right, in technology with radar, anemometers, drones, Doppler on wheels, Mesonets, mobile mesonet, all these mobile things that were just pipeline dreams, 30 years ago, things like that. So much advancement in technology and just being able to have to be equipped with better radar and systems like that. So better communication systems, more satellite systems, things of that nature. So what went from a risky hobby, which still is a risky hobby, uh, clearly, but it's more into a scientific activity nowadays. So in the 1960s and 70s, the introduction of mobile radar and improved weather forecasting allowed chasers to track storms more accurately. So now we're getting into the now we're getting into really the 70s here. This period saw the rise of organized storm chasing groups and the first attempts to collect scientific data directly from storms. So that was taking place in the early 1970s there, if I remember correctly. 1972 was when we had some data research happening and going on. There was some I know there was some collaboration between the University of Oklahoma and the NSSL. And that was in the early 1970s. So when that picked up. So carrying on to the 1980s and 1990s, portable computers, GPS devices, and better communication tools made chasing safer and more efficient. The media began to take notice, with storm chasers appearing in documentaries and news reports, raising public awareness. So this is kind of when it really starts to really get popularized, is late 1980s, 1990s, things of that nature, is when it starts to really kind of hit mainstream. But one thing that really helped propel storm chasing in the 90s to really kind of be a really mainstream was the original movie Twister. So with that coming out in, I believe, 1996, that really intrigued a lot of other individuals as they seen the visuals in that movie and seen what the characters were doing in that movie. So that helped kind of bring it over more mainstream as well and popularize it more than what it was already becoming. So, and obviously back then there was no streaming platforms or no internet to post your activities on. So all of that, the way that you were getting popularized off of that was either through news articles or news interviews, and maybe some radio talk and things of that nature. So a lot less outlets, medium outlets than what we have nowadays in order to popularize the content and get the content out to people quicker than what it was even 30 years ago. So again, 1990s was when it really started to explode, and the movie Twister actually plays a pretty big role in that. So when it comes to that, so moving on to 2000s, the present high resolution Doppler radar, which we do have now, drones and real time satellite data, have revolutionized storm chasing. Chasers now contribute to research by collecting data from storm structure, which is absolutely true, wind speeds, and lightning activity. Social media platforms help share live updates, increasing public safety during severe weather events. So, yes, 100%. Collecting more data, collecting um, collecting more data, being able to GPS real time, to be able to see things like storm structure and shear and wind speeds at different heights and lightning activity and things of that nature. So lots of good stuff going on from the 2000s to present, that we have in place right now. And it looks like we have Sonia in here. Good evening, Sonia. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining. Happy 4th of July to you. God bless you. Thank you so much for being in here. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for checking in. So really highly do appreciate that. So storm chasing today still balances a thrill seeking with scientific contribution. Many chasers work along meteorologists, which is very true. Some storm chasers are actually degreed meteorologists and things like that. I think meteorology is kind of a broad term because they only usually utilize that term if you have a degree in meteorology, things of that nature. But I would definitely say that there are so many storm chasers who have the knowledge, if not more knowledge, than actual degreed meteorologists, to where they can be or should be called meteorologists themselves. So again, meteorology, it can, to me, it's not, it shouldn't just be defined by what you learned in school and by a degree that you received. So from that, so that's just my personal opinion from that. So many chasers work alongside meteorologists, emergency services, and research institutions to improve storm prediction and response. Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely what's going on. So it's very helpful with that. It's very to help with emergency services, to be first responders when first responders aren't there on scene, because first responders obviously can't be on site everywhere at all times, and when it comes to that. So it's very it's again, storm chasing has its roots in, again, built in extreme curiosity, extreme enthusiasm, but also a scientific and also a help mindset. So as we went back to the 1950s, we've seen that David Hoadley, the original pioneer of that. So, and I'll get to him just a little bit more. We'll talk kind of about his contributions that he still does throughout the storm chasing community. So he is a very obviously well respected and well regarded individual in the community when it comes to that. So, um, but yeah, so that's just kind of a brief overview on that. Then I'm going to um, switch over here to this new page here. So we'll talk a little bit kind of like so a little bit of records, a little bit of the roots of storm chasing too, to get just a little bit more into a little bit granular, just a little bit on it, to understand that. So try not to bore you. Try not to bore you too much on it, but we'll at least dive into it a little bit so you get a little bit more in depth on that. So America's first tornado records and roots of storm chasing. So if you trace storm chasing back to its earliest roots, you'll find America's first recorded tornado ever. And raise your hands if you knew this already, that the very first recorded tornado report ever was in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, of all states, the very first recorded tornado in United States history is 1643. If you guys already knew that, kudos to you. Everything else, but raise your hand if you knew that, and let me know in the comments if you did or did not know that the very first recorded tornado in American history, 1643, in the great state of Massachusetts. So Michael says, hey guys, can't stay, finishing dinner prep. Have a great weekend. Y'all. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much for your support, brother. Hopefully you're having a great time over there in Hawaii and enjoying all that sunshine and warmth and everything else. So highly appreciate that. Thank you, brother Michael. But yeah, so the very first recorded tornado. So somebody had to be outside. Somebody had to be outside seeing it, and so somebody had to document that and write that down. So that's the answer to the question is the very first recorded tornado ever in American history is in Massachusetts in 1643. So, and this is a full 2 centuries before any systematic effort to study such storms emerged. So this is 200 years before anything was ever even remotely thought about being put in place. So if you see, it wasn't until 1882 that the U.S. Army Sergeant John P. Finley conducted the first serious investigative work on tornadoes, publishing 15 foundational forecasting rules. So yes, so over 200 and we'll call it 220 years later was when something finally started to come in systematically with that. So, yet the U.S. government's 1887 ban, that's correct. So if you've seen my first video, I believe it was my first video, I talked about this as well. Yet the government's 1887 ban on using the word tornado in official forecasts actively suppressed that progress. So from 1887 until 1950, whenever the NWS or the Weather Authority or whomever put out forecasts, they could not use the word tornado in that forecast. It was banned. It was not allowed to be used. So if you were a storm chaser, or thinking about storm chasing, it would have already been suppressed, because if they're not going to tell you a tornado is coming, or they're not going to tell you about a tornado forecast, then you don't have anything to go off of. So all they're going to tell you is a storm forecast, things of that nature. But the tornado specific word was banned for roughly about 70, if my math is correct, what was that? 70 years is 57, so 63 years, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around that area. So you think about that. So think about that with the suppression of the word tornado, and why they suppressed it for, why they said do not use tornado in forecast, because they did not want to get the public in hysteria. They did not want to cause an uproar. They did not want to cause fear. They did not want to cause panic in 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 society and out there in the public. So that's why they banned the word tornado from being used. So pretty wild stuff, but that's what they did. So if we move on, the band's reversal in 1950 by the U.S. Weather Bureau, which we know that today, which is a precursor, which is now the National Weather Service, but at the time was the U.S. Weather Bureau, finally cleared the path for open research, setting the institutional groundwork that would eventually give rise to organized storm chasing. So that's why storm chasing did not become really into again 1956 with David Hoadley, because it took some years after getting tornadoes back, language and verbiage back into the forecast, to really get that trust and build up that loyalty from the public. So we talked a little bit about that. We talked about the America's first tornado sighting. So won't go into that further much on that. Again, we talked about earlier the early tornado research efforts from John P. Finley, and then they lifted the tornado ban in 1950. And then we will get into Mr. David Hoadley. Before storm chasing became a scientific discipline or a culture phenomenon, David Hoadley was already doing it. In 1956, he began pursuing storms across his North Dakota hometown, driven purely by curiosity and determination. No institutional backing, no government funding. And again, he was either 17 or 18 years old at this time. And Hoadley's impact extends far beyond his personal pursuits by founding Storm Track magazine. So if you ever get a chance to look online and Google Storm Track magazine, that is going to come from Mr. David Hoadley himself. So he created the first structured community for like-minded individuals. So he basically is a pioneer. He is the of helping organize and create the storm chasing community. So that is Mr. David Hoadley for you, establishing a shared language and purpose among scattered enthusiasts. So again, he's helped with the verbiage, with the jargon, with the lingo. So he's played a huge part in that storm chasing, like we learned last night about storm chasing lingo. So community building became his defining legacy. The magazine united isolated chasers into a cohesive first generation, predating any scientific or governmental initiative. You can trace today's chasing culture directly back to that foundation. So what you see today from storm chasing within the community can be traced all the way back to David Hoadley building and laying the foundation and laying the roots for the storm chasing there. So thumbs up if you're still following along. If you're still with me here at 11:23 p.m. Central, 12:23 a.m. Eastern, 10:23 p.m. Mountain, and 9:23 p.m. Pacific. So give me a thumbs up there if you're doing good, if you're listening, if you're still in it. Getting some information, hopefully helping you kind of understand just how long storm chasing has been around, and kind of just how what you see today can be traced back to the roots of that the foundation that David Hoadley paved. So thank you, Saved by His Grace. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Tammy, all for chiming in there. Still got 49 individuals in here. Appreciate that so much on an awesome holiday. So Hoadley, as we move on here, Hoadley didn't wait for permission. He simply went out and built something entirely on his own. And if you think about that, that's exactly what storm chasing does today, right? You don't wait for anybody to tell you to go out there and do it. You just go do it, and you build your community throughout that. So, and again, to be 17, 18 years old to be out there doing that is pretty awesome. So, and that is beyond I mean, really at the time, to be 17, 18 years old with limited tools and resources is beyond awesome. So now we'll move into another guy who gets credited with a lot of storm chasing history is from the scientific side. So David Holey did it just for enthusiasm, curiosity, determination, and things of that nature. But when it comes to scientific side of things like meteorology side and climatology and things like that, there is a gentleman here named Neil Ward. So while David Hoadley pursued storms out of personal fascination, Neil Ward approached the practice with scientific intent, becoming the first researcher to systematically intercept storms for empirical study, or empirical data, data mining, data gathering, data collection, things of that nature. So again, David Hoadley, the very first one overall, period. Well, very first storm chaser is credited, the very first pioneer. But Neil Ward is credited with being the first scientific researcher, storm chaser to come along. So you'll find Ward's work particularly significant because he developed foundational ideas about thunderstorm structure, tornado formation or tornado genesis, and forecasting methodology during an era that predated Doppler radar technology. So his work very contributional to the storm chasing community, was very new, just very not understood. So what he brought to that, from his scientific research and everything else, is just simply amazing. What he was able to do there from the early 1970s. So his contributions to storm dynamics established an analytical framework that later researchers would build upon, bridging the gap between amateur observation and institutionalized meteorological inquiry. So great stuff on his part there. So Ward's scientific chasing approach. Though David Hoadley had already established storm chasing as a personal pursuit, Neil Ward transformed it into a scientific discipline, as we talked about. Operating during the pre-Doppler era, Ward prioritized data collection, as I mentioned, over spectacle. So he was more into not, really. He was more into the science of it, not just a fascination of seeing the storm and things like that. His fascination was gathering the data and the science behind that. So behind the storm cells. When it comes to that, so again, we talked a little bit about his pre-Doppler storm research. So Ward's systematic fieldwork didn't emerge in isolation. It took shape against a specific technological backdrop. Thank you, Coy Lake, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. So thank you, Coy Lake, for subscribing. Definitely appreciate that. And it looks like I'm up to 840 subscribers currently, but what it is telling me. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate all the support. So again, to get back into Ward's storm dynamics and contributions. So his contributions include thunderstorm structural analysis that clarified internal circulation patterns. So we're talking about like mesoscales, or like mesocyclones, tornadogenesis, things of that nature. So tornado formation theories, linking surface convergence to mesocyclone development. Yep, as I mentioned, forecasting frameworks derived from observational field data, and pre-Doppler instrumentation techniques that maximize limited technological resources. So again, he's a huge pioneer when it comes to the scientific side of storm chasing. And it says how the Tornado Intercept Project shaped modern storm chasing. So this is what we get into here. Talk a little bit about how I mentioned a little bit earlier about how the University of Oklahoma and the National Severe Storms Laboratory, or also what is known as the NSSL, they launched the Tornado Intercept Project, or TIP, in 1972. They effectively transformed storm chasing from an informal pursuit into a structured scientific discipline. So scientifically, discipline goes back to about 1972. So, and then we'll talk about just briefly here. Dr. Joe Golden's initiative introduced rigorous research methodologies, establishing safety protocols and systematic data collection that earlier chasers hadn't formalized. The 1973 Union City Intercept documented tornado evolution in unprecedented detail, merging ground observations with experimental Doppler radar. So there's a lot of great stuff there. So you can trace modern chasing ethics directly to these foundational practices: responsible positioning, coordination, communication, and prioritizing scientific integrity over spectacle. So very great stuff. So, and then if we go into the radar breakthroughs that gave early storm chasers their first real tools. So the structural rigor that the Tornado Intercept project introduced depended heavily on a parallel technological development, radar systems capable of revealing storm interiors that ground observers couldn't otherwise interpret. So these radar advancements didn't emerge overnight. They built incrementally, handling early chasers tools that transformed guesswork into structured pursuit. So if we look at that kind of overview in a nutshell, it's 1953 produced the first documented tornado hook echo, confirming radar's diagnostic value. Early technology exposed rotational signatures previously invisible from the ground. Doppler radar, which is next generation radar, which we use now. We use NexRad. Those are all the radars that we use. Development ran parallel to 1970s field research. Government-funded programs collected critical data that would later anchor modern warning infrastructure. So a lot of great research from the scientific side of that. So I know it's kind of a little bit, and I know it can be a little bit tedious and boring at times, but especially on the scientific side of things. But if you're like me, and a weather buff and a weather nerd, and somebody who enjoys both sides of the coin, it's really awesome to really give credit to David Hoadley and give credit to Neil Ward where credit is deserved. So looks like we have Melanie. So brother Pastor John's wife, Melanie McKinney. So great job pulling all of this amazing weather and chaser information together. Thank you for sharing it with us. You are very welcome, Melanie. Thank you so much for being an encourager, most importantly, an encourager, a supporter, things of that. So yes, you are very, very welcome. Thank you to you and Pastor John for a great great stream earlier tonight, just a little bit ago. So thank you guys for that. And awesome. So just a lot of great stuff. So thank you so much for your support there, Melanie. That means a tremendous amount to me. So thank you. So if we look back at, again, as I talked about this a little bit earlier, is how the 1996 film Twister reshaped storm chasing culture. So this kind of pushed, again, as I talked about, the Twister movie, the original one, 1996, helped popularize that and got people kind of more involved and more curious and more excited and amped up to do that, get passionate about it. So the film's influence triggered an immediate cultural shift. Public fascination with tornadoes exploded, drawing thousands toward chasing evolution paths that prioritize spectacle over science. Media portrayal romanticized danger, distorting the community's foundational rigor. So you can trace tornado tourism directly to this moment. Commercial commercial tour operators emerged throughout the 2000s, capitalizing on Twister's impact by monetizing access to Tornado Alley. So, yes. So if you look at that, the 1996 Twister movie played a huge cultural shift in in storm chasing. So simultaneously, the internet accelerated community growth, forums, photos, archives, and video sharing platforms, which we are on a video sharing platform now as YouTube, connected sharers globally. The hobby you would recognize today, visible, commercialized, culturally embedded, wasn't born in a research lab, it was born in a theater. So if we go back 30 years, really 30 years is when really, as we know, storm chasing right now, the explosion of it, the cultural shift of it, the enthusiasm from it, a lot of that stems from, a lot of it stems from the tornado movie Twister. So Twister is what got a lot of people very, very excited about storm chasing. So and then there are some disputes which have to be mentioned when it comes to some things. So before the hobby had a name, two figures were already shaping the identity through we've talked about and we talked about David Hoadley. Wholly operated outside institutions driven by personal freedom and curiosity. Ward worked with research frameworks prioritizing empirical data collection. You'll find historians splitting the distinction between cultural founder and scientific pioneer. Neither title cancels the other. Together, Hoadley and Ward established storm chasing's dual identity, one rooted in individual independence and the other in disciplined inquiry. So because some people will try to say, well, really, storm chasing didn't start until 1972 when science became involved. But a lot of people will say, well, no, it started in 1956 when David Hoadley was out chasing and he was documenting and taking notes and journals and things of that nature. So that's where that dispute comes in from. Sometimes you get a lot of scientific people, scientists, data scientists, weather scientists will say, well, no, it didn't start until 1970 two-ish with Neil Ward. But to me, I believe it started in 1956 with David Hoadley. Definitely give David Hoadley credit for being out there, being a young 17, 18-year-old man out there, taking notes, chasing, basically chasing blind, right? He's basically blindfolded chasing because he didn't have any radar. He didn't have any communications really. He didn't have any, probably driving a big old boat, car, and everything else. So to me, I would say that the origins go back all the way to 1956. So let me know if you guys are still having fun. Thumbs up, please. Still enjoying, still learning, still liking what's happening, what's going on. Appreciate that. It is 11:38 Central Daylight Time. It's 12:38 a.m. Eastern Time. It is 10:38 on the Mountain Time, and it is 9:38 Pacific Time. So great stuff there. Very awesome stuff. And yeah, so definitely just want to make sure that we are all having fun, like that. So questions and comments before I move in a little bit further here. Questions, comments, concerns, anything like that you guys want to know a little bit more, maybe about that. And but yeah, so that's really the storm chasing origins in a nutshell. As it goes back to 1956 with one man doing it all by himself. So he didn't have a storm chasing partner. He didn't even have, I don't even know how he was traversing roads. So, and then, so questions, anything like that. So let's definitely run through some questions here, or run through any type of comments here, or concerns, or any type of cool stuff you have. So, Debbie says, when was Fujita, the Fujita scale came about? So Debbie, that came into the 70s. Then earlier part of the 70s, with Dr. Fujita implemented the at the time it was called the Fujita scale. And actually, um, what helped propel the Fujita scale was the Lubbock, Texas F5 tornado. So, which is an EF5 tornado nowadays is what it would be called. But yeah, so that helped propel that from the early 70s. So I want to say the Fujita scale was, if I am just guessing off the top of my head, I want to say it was like 72-ish, 73-ish, somewhere around in that time frame. Without having to use Google, but just going off of memory, somewhere right around that earlier time of in the 1970s there though. So that's when Dr. Fujita put that into place. And again, his contributions and he would go out to basically every huge tornado event that he could, and study the data and study the damage, and then things of that. So without a lot of his work, we might not be as far advanced as we are today. So so great work on his part. So um, Say by His Grace says, when was Doppler invented? So Doppler radar. So if we go back to the Doppler radars that we use, so we had what were called WSR 57. So that's weather surveillance radar. So Doppler radar. So that goes back to, those were implemented in 1957. So about the 1950s is when we really started getting into Doppler radar. But as we know, as like a tower, like a Doppler tower being out, like that you would see, like like on the road or whatever and stuff. So we had that. Again, those were WSR 57, so that would have been 1957 was when those really started to come into mainstream America, mainstream of that. So I would say right around that time in the late 50s, and they probably didn't. That's when the technology was kind of being put in, but to get it implemented across all of the weather forecasting offices, that would have taken years and years and years after that data would have been able to put in. So when it comes to that, so we went from WSR 57s to WSR 74s, which means 1974 they upgraded, updated, and put in new technology, and then now we are still on using WSR 88s. So the latest technology that we're using is from 1988. Now that's the foundational of it. The brainchild, like the software and all that, is upgraded and things of that nature. But as far as what it was built off of, what its brainchild is built off of, this comes from the year 1988. So if you look out the window or whatever you're driving or wherever you're at, and you see a big weather, like they want to call it a weather ball, that sits on top of a tower or whatever, and the Doppler radar ball, that is a WSR 88. So that's what that is called. And that, again, that WSR stands for Weather Surveillance Radio. And a lot of people are like, why is the surveillance in there? I'm sorry, it stands for Weather Surveillance Radar. So, but a lot of people are like, why is surveillance in there? And could they have chosen a different or a better term? But again, that's what the radar is doing. The radar is surveilling the surrounding territory for us to make sure that. So, Say by His Grace says 1971. Okay, so I wasn't too far off just by memory. So, yeah, I do. Like I said, I remember it was the early 1970s. So thank you so much, Say by His Grace, for that. So, and then yes, updated in 2007 was when they implemented the enhanced Fujita scale. So if you hear F5s, all F5s or EF5s, Just so that's in that stuff. So very good. Yeah. But yeah, so definitely. So when it comes to Doppler radar, that's what we use. We use WSR's 88. That is what's out there. And again, I mentioned if you guys were here for those of you who weren't during when I had my radar discussion, radar teaching, radar seminar, radar session, whatever you want to call it. Um, if you remember that, I was talking about PAR, which is phased array radar. So currently, the radar that we have in place takes about 5 to 6 minutes to do a full sweep. It's about a 200 and a 230 mile an hour sweep in a full radius, and it takes that beam to do that full radius sweep about 5 to 6 minutes. And that's why the radar that we see on our phones and on TV is always old radar. It's always a couple minutes old. It's never live, even though they like to use the word live. And to me, that live just means it's actually not kind of. It actually is. It really is misleading to say to put live on that radar. So because it's not live. Um, but besides that point, so PAR though, phase arrays radar will be able to if they do end up putting that into place, that will be able to scan the sky within 30 seconds to 60 seconds. So we're talking way faster to be able to scan the sky when currently we can only scan the sky in about 5 to 6 minutes. So and as we know, there is a lot of things that happen within 5 to 6 minutes from a storm, and that is why. And again, this is why I give all the grace to the National Weather Service. This is why I give them all the credit because they are just utilizing the technology that they have. So that is why there won't be tornado warnings for certain storms because it just won't be able to pick it up. There won't be severe thunderstorm warnings for storms that should be because sometimes there's just data holes. There's radar holes. So when it comes to that, so definitely. But so if they implement phased array radar to supersede Doppler radar, we're talking about scanning the skies in between 30 and 60 seconds. So way faster warning times, better to understand storm structure. So just the speed in everything in that nature. So and there are some of those PARs in pilot use, and I know Norman, Oklahoma has one in pilot use. So Norman, Oklahoma is really like the hotbed for everything. They're like the pilot for everything because that's where the SPC sits out of and things like that. So the Norman, Oklahoma does have a PAR radar there. So which I think is pretty cool. They have a lot of great stuff there. So but yeah, so the origins. But to get back into the origins of that, so that's really the origins of storm chasing. Is started by a 17, 18-year-old kid who went out there, enthusiastic, wanting to learn, just out of curiosity and everything like that. And then scientifically, Neil Ward came in the early 70s and really started to really put a foundation work into like storm chasing itself. While Ted Fujita obviously would get credit obviously for uh, doing like the damage and stuff after tornadoes happen and coming up that scale of saying how strong that tornado was and things of that nature. So his name obviously gets thrown in there as well. But when it comes to actual like storm chasing, because Dr. Ted Fujita wasn't actually storm chasing, he was doing storm analysis, storm damage analysis after the storm had already left. But when it comes to specifically storm chasing origins, it's David Hoadley and it's Neil Ward. That's who that goes to. So, and popularized now within the last 30 years from the movie Twister. So, very great stuff when it comes to that. So, any other questions or anything like that? I'll give it a few minutes here before we move into the next segment of the topic today, which is Storm Chasing 101. So please let me know if you have anything there. And you all are awesome, by the way. Appreciate that so much. Sonia says, between first movie Twister and Reed, I got further into severe weather. Got into weather when I was 6 years old because of my dad had and because my dad and been into weather and had been into weather since. Okay. Oh, and had been into weather since. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you so much. Uh, no questions from Tammy. Thank you so much, Tammy. Appreciate that. Thank you, Saved by His Grace. And thank you so much, Debbie, as well for that. Yes, thank you, Sonia, so much for that. So, uh, yeah. So if you look into again, the movie Twister really helped set forth the path, that kind of like a trailblazing path for storm chasing. So, um, and again, that movie is based off of, uh, it's based off of, well, from the scientific standpoint. So if you look in that movie, and they were doing, I think it was Dorothy, when they were like setting the probes or the balls, or they're like the metal balls, if I'm not mistaken, or the metal probes, and they called it Dorothy, I believe, in the movie. But that was actually based loosely off of a real life initiative by the government from the National Weather Service government called TOTO, TOTO. So, and that was in, I believe, in the late 80s into the early 1990s. So, so what you see there with Dorothy in that movie is kind of loosely based off of what's happening in real life from the National Weather Service. So, a little bit of cool tidbit there, a little bit of cool information there. So, all right, awesome stuff. Appreciate that, guys. Still got 47 of you in here. Um, so freaking awesome for that. So cool. Very, very awesome. When it comes, I don't even know what to say. That's so cool. So, and I will be multi-streaming. I don't know if it's up multi-streaming now, but I will be multi-streaming to Facebook as well, because I'm trying to reach individuals too across multiple platforms. So looking at expanding my reach and expanding my platform into Facebook, and so into Facebook, and I might end up streaming into Twitch as well. And so just reaching a further fan, not fan base, but a further people to help out and things of that nature. So just be able to expand my reach. So I will be simultaneously multi-streaming to different platforms here. So really looking forward to doing that. But Tammy says, wasn't the real one called Dot? It might have been. I thought it was called Toto, but it might be called DOT. But so I thought it was called Toto off the top of my head. Um, but please feel free to look that information up and hold me accountable if it wasn't Toto. But for some reason, Toto is sticking out in my head. So, but again, I could be wrong. So, and it's okay. So, um, and I will own it if I am wrong. But yeah, I thought it was called Toto, but as like you said, Tammy, it might be Dot. So either way, if it's Dot or Toto, it was still based off of a real life real life initiative, government initiative trying to place probes or sensors inside of tornadoes, that like we see in the Twister movie. So pretty cool stuff when it comes to that. Um, but yeah, so let's, like I said, we'll move into kind of some storm chasing 101 here. Uh, and then we will, again, like I was talking about, um, I'll be looking to stream it to multiple platforms and to grow our community and to reach as many folks and as many people as possible. So Appreciate that. Appreciate all your guys' support. So without further ado, let's get into Storm Chasing 101. So let me just go back up here. I realized I was that far down already on it. All right. So this is Sonia says, when I was 6 years old, my dad tore out 2 pages of his Popular Science magazine that showed pics of different clouds and what they meant. I wish he was still around to see streaming of storm chasers. That uh, is awesome, Sonia, for the your dad doing that, and apologize. Sorry that he's not around to see storm chasing as it has evolved, as it is currently now. So, but that's very awesome when it comes to that. So, very cool stuff, Sonia. Thank you so much. So we will jump into how to start storm chasing, what storm chasing is, and kind of a complete beginner's guide. So this is why it's basically um, storm chasing 101, the basics of storm chasing, and what people if you're thinking about getting into it, what to kind of look for, how to kind of prep, things of that nature. And again, personally, I've never been out there storm chasing, so all I know is from talking to storm chasers and listening to storm chasers and studying storm chasers. Uh, so again, this isn't a first encounter or a first, what comes from experience. This just comes from what I know from talking with people and people who have done it and things of that nature. So, but again, we can all learn, and that's what it's about. So, so yeah. So we'll just get through all this here. So if you want to become a storm chaser, there are certain jargons, right, that we talked about last night, lingo. There's going to be certain safety protocols. There's going to be certain written rules and unwritten rules, and part of that. But kind of like what do you, if you're thinking about how you either start it or get involved. So from what we're going to talk about, here's going to be some key takeaways that we'll talk about a little bit more in depth here about. But the key takeaways that we're going to talk about are going to be learn essential terminology like supercell. So this means learn essential jargon or storm chasing lingo, terminology like supercell, mesocyclone, CAPE, and the enhanced media scale to build foundational storm chasing knowledge. So it's gonna take a little bit of that. You don't have to be a scientist or be a meteorologist, but I would highly recommend that you understand those terms and understand certain aspects of a tornado and certain things of that nature. So they go into that. So study daily weather models, SPC outlooks, and CAPE values exceeding 2,000 joules per kilogram to identify optimal chase days. And 2,000, I would kind of maybe back it up into maybe 1,000, because sometimes you hear a lot of storm chasers or meteorologists say just about 1,000 joules per kilogram is really needed for storms to really start firing up and can produce tornadoes. So things of that nature. So another takeaway that we're going to see is pack essential gear, including radar scope, which that's just a weather app, DSL camera, power banks, first aid kits, and layered weatherproof clothing. So very good on them for that. Always intercept storms from the south or southeast. Maintain escape routes and text GPS coordinates every 30 minutes. So again, safety is paramount. Avoid rookie mistakes like ignoring fuel levels. That's a actually happens quite a bit by newer storm chasers where they disregard how much fuel is left, and then they end up running out of gas or fuel or whatever, trying to storm chase. So fixating on one storm, because if you fixate on one storm, there could be another storm off to the side or behind you. So you must be able to watch the sky with a 360-degree view at all times. Or skipping real-time radar updates during chases. Yeah, don't ever skip radar updates. So So again, those are some key takeaways, but we will get into that. So storm chasing words you need to know before you start. And these are kind of like the big ones. Again, we went to lingo a little bit last night, so I'm not gonna dive into these, but just over. But also just in case you weren't here for last night, it'd be really good if you're starting out. It's just 101, starting out with some of that verbiage and some of that terminology. Know what a supercell is. A supercell is a rotating thunderstorm with a persistent mesocyclone. So that's all you need to know for a supercell. It's a rotating thunderstorm with a persistent mesocyclone. That's it. That's it. Mesocyclone. So then what's a mesocyclone? A mesocyclone is a rotating updraft within a supercell. So typically about 2 to 6 miles wide. So now you know what a mesocyclone is. So CAPE, convection or convective available potential energy. It's just instability. It's rocket fuel for the storms. EF scale, enhanced Fujita scale, which is EF0 through EF5, which technically there's also a one that is used by the National Weather Service, which again is a funny term. It's a funny pun, and I don't know if they did it to make it as a pun, but it's EFU for enhanced Fujita undetermined, or so EFFU. So I didn't make it up. That's just what they use. Another one like wall cloud. That's another verbiage to know. So again, it's just to know 101 to kind of start off and know some of the basic terminology kind of before you get out there and hop in a vehicle, especially if you're the one driving and you've never been out there and you don't know what you're looking at or what you're looking for. So it's good to understand a little bit of it. So be a little bit prepared as you can. So what storm chasing actually involves day to day? Well, now if you have the vocabulary locked in, you can start applying it to what storm chasing actually looks like on an operational day. It is far less glamorous than highlight reel suggests, and that is very true because again, what we see is basically a finished end product of what. So we basically are seeing an output of what has already been input a lot throughout the day from storm chasers. So that means inputs, right? What are inputs? Inputs are them like driving to the location of them, gathering data and putting in where they think they're going to set up that day. It's the long lines at gas stations and everything like that. So those are all inputs. And then what we see on live stream is an output, because they're showing us an output of all their inputs for the day. And so what we see are them in location, the location where they believe that initiation is going to happen or things like that are going to happen at. So it's not as glamorous as it looks because we obviously don't see the full picture, the full 9 yards of that, unless you either know somebody who does it or you just take the time to understand that. You'll never understand or never see kind of like a behind the scenes type look of what happens with that. So it is not as glamorous as people think it is. Storm chasing routines begin early with model analysis, as I talked about, SPC outlook reviews, yes, and CAPE value assessments, absolutely, along with many other looking at different data and things of that nature. So before you've touched your steering wheel. So all this is done before you've even gotten to the vehicle, right? Wherever you're even at, most likely. So daily preparations include checking road networks. So again, you have to look at, the way that you're going to be driving, the route, whatever you want to call it, things of that nature, and what is the best route and a route to get there to your determined location. So looking at fueling up, make sure you have the proper fuel, and mapping potential target zones, and based on whether that's, again, based off of models, off of wind shear or moisture convergence data, other type of steering data, things of that nature. So it's not as glamorous as it looks. Most of your day involves driving, waiting, and repositioning. Again, this is what's basically happening 97% of the time, 95% of the time, 90 high 90% of the time. So photographing violent tornadoes or photographing in tornadoes, that's a very small percentage of what is actually happens for a storm chaser. So when you see the excitement that storm chasers get when they do see a tornado or they do get that great footage, that's real excitement. That's all of that. Um, that's really that's genuine excitement. It's genuine because of all those hard inputs and long inputs that they put in order to get to that output of seeing that tornado, which is obviously not even a given, right? So what you're seeing there is pure joy and pure excitement over long driving, long waiting, long repositioning, being tired, being hungry, being sleep deprived, things of that nature. So yeah, and then yeah. So but Debbie says make sure you have plenty of fuel. Yes, thank you, Debbie. So you don't get into trouble without fueling up and looking at radar like John McKinney does. Yes, brother John does a lot of great job. He does such a great job on that. Constantly looking at the radar, and I do believe he a lot of times when I hear him on stream, it seems like he really doesn't let his fuel get like below half or anything like that. So that's a great kind of a great mindset to have. Like, hey, if I'm getting to half of a tank, I should go put fuel in just because so I can make sure I have a full gas tank. So at least that's what I've kind of gathered at the times when I've seen him get fuel and he's talked about it. So awesome stuff. Thank you, Debbie, for that. Uh, so so again, it's not glamorous. It's driving. It's driving, waiting, and repositioning 95 to 97% of the time. So, um, let's see. Sonia says, what I don't like is Virginia has it to where you can't live stream. One of my chasers has it to where he has to have a passenger with him and tell him what is said in chat. Um, wow. I was not aware of that. I did. So Virginia doesn't let you live stream chase a storm? I if that is wow, that is I'm actually kind of shocked by that. So um yeah, I would love to know why. Sonia, if you could let us know why in the comments, please, that would be awesome. That is um news to me. But yeah, very that would be very difficult for sure, definitely. So um but yeah, so again, not glamorous. So if you're starting out, just know that you're not just immediately going to drive up and find a tornado and capture the best tornado that there is, um, and get viral video and the viral footage and all that. You're going to spend 90, like I said, 90 in the high 90s percent of the time driving, waiting, repositioning, being hungry, being tired, things of that nature. So just know there is a lot of work that goes into it and a lot of preparation. But over that, you got to have the mentality, the mental, the strong. It's going to take you to be stronger mentally than what it's going to take you to be stronger physically or anything else. So, so to be stronger mentally, obviously the number one thing would be the strongest to be strongest spiritually. That's obvious, but after that would become would be being stronger mentally because mentally you're going to be down at times. You're going to be defeated. You're going to be like, why did I chase in this area when the area 40 miles to my north, the three tornadoes touched down, and then you're going to look at so storm chasing is a lot of self it's a lot of self reflection. It's a lot of self um, you know what you want to call it to yourself, questioning yourself. It's why did I set up here? Why did I think that this was going to be the setup today when, like I said, 40 miles down the road, that's where things popped off at. So there's going to be a lot of questioning yourself, and you're going to make bad calls. because it's just the way it works. You're gonna set up in an area and nothing's gonna happen, and then so basically you just drove around chasing air all day and chasing clouds all day, and so that's something you have to be willing to be okay with and used to doing. So Sonia says, John Boy, I will get you and my one chaser to talk. Can he contact you, direct message you on Twitter or Facebook? Yes, absolutely. You can contact me on here if you. I don't know if you can even direct message on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure of that. But definitely on Facebook for sure. I can put my Facebook way to contact me there on Facebook in the description of this video. But yeah, definitely. So, because like I said, I will be live streaming to Facebook as well. So, yes, thank you, Sonia. That would be great. Would be very, very blessed and very, very honored for that. So, thank you so much when it comes to that. So, and so yeah, so definitely would love that. Thank you, Sonia. So, again, so yeah, so let's move on. I don't want to beat that over the head, but so again, what are you looking for? Storm Chasing 101. Know some terminology. Just know the basic terminology. And once you get out there and once you start doing things more, you'll get more into the understanding of things. You're going to get a little bit more in depth. And once you start hanging out with more storm chasers and things like that. But at least know some of the terminology when you first start out doing it. And number one, know that it is not glamorous, and know that it's going to take a lot of miles, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles that you're going to be driving around and things of that nature. So now we jump into what is some of the best free training resources to learn storm chasing. And I think some of us know this, but if you do not, here's a good refresher for you. Learning storm chasing demands structured, sequential training, and free resources can take you surprisingly far. Yes, that's very true. Start with getting hard to talk tonight. Start with SpotterNetwork.org beginner program. Absolutely, Spotter Network is a great. Show of hands in here if any of you have used Spotter Network or currently use or on a Spotter Network right now. So please let me know if that is any of you in the chat. So the SpotterNetwork.org delivers structured lessons, real examples, and quizzes that build genuine competency. Follow that with Storm Analysis 101 videos to develop forecasting intuition. So, Sonia says, jumping back into chat here, Sonia says, will do, John Boy. My chaser contacted his senator, and they said that as much as he respected what he did, he said there was nothing they could do to get where chasers were able to live stream. Oh, wow. See, hopefully that's not a, like I said, I'm not aware of that in Virginia. I was not aware of that at all, period. So, but yes, hopefully that's not an open door or what would be a domino falling over to other states or other jurisdictions as well, because that could have huge ramifications and obviously huge implications, negative implications on what we see today. So, and we need storm chasers. We do. For the few of the bad ones that are out there, there are 10 times as good ones that are out there. So yes, we know that certain storm chasers give some chasers a bad name, but again, just because there is one bad apple in the bunch does not mean that the whole bunch is bad. So must be so definitely have to just understand that we can't let some negativity that comes out of storm chasing override the positivity that really that storm chasing is. So just a little bit of my 2 cents there. So when it comes to that, but again, yes, so follow that with Storm Analysis 101 videos, and again, you can watch videos there on the Storm Spotter Network. So yes, so I would definitely Oh, Sonya says, okay, so it's not just singled out for storm chasers. Sonya says for Virginia, it's not just chasers, it's any live streamers. So you just can't be in your car live streaming, period. So, oh, wow. That sounds, yeah. Saved by His Grace says that sounds harsh. That does sound harsh. And what I think they're probably trying to thwart or try to do is to stop people from being distracted while driving. That's probably what their main overarching goal is. And I would assume that's where that stems from, is from distracted driving. So if I'm not mistaken, if I just had to guess, that's what I would guess when it comes to that. So for radar work, download any type of radar app, any type of um, radar, anything you get your hands on with radar about, for. And like I said before, there's tons and tons of radar apps out there. So, um, and analyze historical severe weather events. So yes, I would definitely agree with that as well. The 8-minute crash course in predicting severe storms video efficiently covers CAPE values and storm variables. Uh, so definitely, so an 8-minute crash course video to learn about CAPE and storm variables is definitely worth the invested 8-minute time. So again, so review SPC Outlook text regularly to internalize how forecasters assess threats. So yes, that's really another great tool you can use SPC Outlook for, is not just for the great vibrant visual of how it looks on the map when they paint it green and or yellow and orange for whether it's enhanced and things of that nature, but if you dive into the verbiage, if you dive into the scientific analysis and synopsis and overview, you can learn a lot of what they're talking about in their outlooks there. So that's a great thing. I find that at least for myself, I find that a great tool to dive in deep into that type of analysis and type of breakdown that they do. So it's another great thing you can learn from SPC Outlook. So engage with storm chasing forums, definitely. So Sonia says, it's very harsh. I will fight this just because the streamers in Virginia have caused issues. I don't want to see that affect storm chasers. We all know when one state starts something else, other states, could follow right with it. Yes. And that's, again, and that could be a domino effect. Absolutely. It could be once one domino falls, then they all start falling over. So, and if that goes to that, and then another state says, well, they implement it, and then all of a sudden you get a state out in the middle of Kansas or Oklahoma or Nebraska or somewhere, then you're losing a prime real estate state for storm chasing. And but yeah, I agree. Like I said before, I definitely agree that that storm chasing provides more good than what it does as a hindrance. So that's just my 2 cents, though. That's just what I think. So again, engage with storm chasing forums to accelerate learning through experienced chasers who share real-time analysis and trip reports. Yes, that's one of the things. So that's definitely what you need. Definitely what I would definitely recommend to do. And Tammy says, I've got to get to bed. Thank you, Tammy. 6:30 comes early in the morning. Yes, it does. Obligation at church. Awesome. Appreciate that. Catch you all in the next one. Thank you, Tammy, for joining in. Thank you, Tammy, for being here tonight. Hopefully you had a great 4th and have a great time at church, and God bless you. Thank you so much for your service at church there. So thank you. Thank you very much, Tammy. But yeah, definitely jump into forums. Definitely jump into something and get learning more. Because the more that you experience and you get around other storm chasers who have done it, and you get more involved, and then you get it more of a pattern and just a learning sense from them. So I would definitely highly recommend jumping in to storm chasing communities, storm chasing forums, whether that's on YouTube, whether that's on Facebook, whether that's in real life, somewhere, just somewhere get involved with some sort of storm chasing outfit, and get involved in that. So, if that's what you were doing, starting out as storm chasing. So, Sonia says, exactly, John Boy. We all need to fight this. We all know storm chasers save lives and are also first ones on the scene in search and rescue. Yes, they are. Absolutely. That's absolutely. They are first responders before first responders can become first responders. So yes, yes. So hopefully we can just get others to see that as well, and at least get the majority to see that. So thank you very much for that, Sonia. Appreciate that. Free online courses on meteorology platforms supplement these resources effectively. Combine these tools deliberately, and you'll build a disciplined, data driven foundation before your first chase. So, again, the more you are prepared on your first chase, the more better you are to succeed. Now, why do storm chasers go out there and you don't see them? They might pop up on YouTube for a day or two, and then you don't see them again. Is because they don't prepare, for one, and two, they have unrealistic expectations. When they start thinking, well, I don't know any verbiage. I don't hardly know how to read radar. I don't know, how to possibly follow a storm and look at road maps and road structures and everything else. So why did they fail? They failed because they were unprepared and they didn't put in the work or the time in order to be prepared for failure. And again, and having unrealistic expectations. So that's why a lot of storm chasers fall out and fail in that process. So again, you got to have realistic expectations, but you have to be prepared, and you have to be prepared. And when I say prepared, as well, you have to be prepared, through knowledge and things like that. But you have to be prepared for failure and know that you are going to fail more oftentimes than what you are going to succeed. It's just part of the business. It's the way that it works. So, but that's why a lot of storm chasers get into it and then they fall out and quit, or they don't want to ever do it again because they think that, and saved by His grace reminds me of the army. There it says, the military says, and chasing is a lot of hurry up and wait. Yes, it is. It's a lot of hurry up and wait. So again, so you have to be willing and understand that you're going to fail and be prepared for that failure, but know that when the victory comes, and the victory will come at some point, that victory is all worth the preparation. It's all worth the time you put in. It's all worth the wait. But for storm chaser to just hop in their car and go out there and think, I want to catch an EF5 and it's going to be the best video ever. I'm going to get 10 million views on it. And, I'm going to be on the news channel and everything else. That is unrealistic. That is irrational. It's an irrational way to think when it comes to storm chasing. So, and you can ask Brother John that. You can ask his son Freddie that. You can ask any storm chaser in the field, Dr. Reed Timmer, anybody of those guys in the field, and they'll tell you the same thing, is that you're not always going to catch a tornado. You're not always going to have victory. That's not the way that it works. So, but when you do, the fruits of your labor are well worth it. So, when it comes to that, so absolutely there. So, those are just some sort of thing. And again, that's why storm chasers fizzle out, and you'll see them come and go a lot because a lot of them don't just have the commitment and dedication of what it takes. And the realization of failure is part of that process, and being okay with failure and having unrealistic expectations in that process. So as we go into this, so we'll move on to this: how storm chasers read radar to find severe weather. We talked a lot about this in my previous radar teaching, but we talked just a little bit about. Let's talk about a little high overview here. Sonia says it's a lot of work to be a storm chaser, and it is, especially full time, especially if that's how you're making money or your main money is coming from that. It's not all glamorous from the beginning. No, it definitely is not. Definitely is not glamorous. You have to be okay with um, punching hail cores if you're going to. You have to be okay with seeing a tornado and how you're going to react if you've never seen one in life before. You have to be okay with wind, with facing winds you've never faced before. You have to be okay with blinding rain. You have to be okay with getting hit by softball size hail. You have to be okay with your windshield getting busted out and pretty much taken out. You've got to be okay with damaging your vehicle. You have got to be okay with all that, because if you're not okay with any of that, you're not going to be able to go out there and chase. It won't work. You won't be able to. You have to check the boxes off on all of those things and say, okay, I'm fully committed to the process. Whatever happens to my vehicle, whatever happens in that process, I'm not going to freak out. If a tornado drops down and it's only 200 yards away from me, or it's 100 yards away from me. So really, you got to be okay. You have to be okay with all that stuff to happen in order for you to do what you are believing, which what you are believing is going to be a positive, or is going to be a victory that day, or positive um, um, a success that day. So, and say by His grace says, and be okay with the day that busts. Yes, exactly. That goes back into the failure side of things. So there are going to be everything that uh, goes into that preparation, and then all of a sudden, not a single storm fires, not um, or if a storm does fire, there's no tornado. It's nowhere near what was expected, and because busts happen all the time. They're all the time. Busts happen out there all the time. There's going to be you're going to get on a storm, and you're going to get on a storm and nothing's going to happen. It might just be a lightning show. It might be a windbag. It might not, it might look like it's going to produce a tornado for 3 hours, and you're going to chase it for 3 hours. And then you're going to head in a direction that you didn't even want to go because you're following one storm. And then you're going to screw yourself and put yourself so far out of position to catch up to any trailing storms or anything like that. So now you just misplayed the whole day out. And so you have to be, like Sonia said here, or I'm sorry, like um, who said that? Sorry, like Stand by His Grace said is busts happen, and busts happen more than victories. Failing happens more than victories. So so you have to again be like, okay, what can I do to be better? How can I position better? How can I forecast better? How can I just be okay with accepting that today was a failure? And how do I pick myself up and be able to, how can I be okay to pick myself up and continue on the next day? And again, that's where that mental toughness comes in at. And that's where you have to be like, just brush it off and go, the only easy day was yesterday, and thinking about today and conquer today. So, Saved by His Grace brings up another point. You have to, Saved by His Grace says, no, they must be prepared for death and injury as well. It's not all fun and games. No. So if you are not okay, and this would probably be one of my toughest ones for me. It would be the seeing, and if I'm being transparent, it would be because once you see something, you can't unsee it, right? So if you were to go into unfortunately a home that's been completely destroyed, and unfortunately there's maybe an infant toddler who has passed away. Maybe there's a 4-year-old girl who has passed away. There's a mom and dad, and and they're all clutching each other. And all of a sudden, you're stumbling upon four people who have passed away from that storm, and so you have to have that. You have to be mentally prepared when you go into search and rescue mode, because to see something like that, because you don't know what you're going to see. You don't know if you're going to see boards stuck in people's arms. You don't know if you're going to see nails stuck in people's eyes. You don't know what you're going to see. So, and as a storm chaser, the code is that if you see a house demolished, or a structure destroyed, or a vehicle or something, is you must stop and go and perform search and rescue. So that is a must. And if you don't, and if you blow past somebody's house because you're still more concerned about photographs and video and you're still more concerned about your glory and everything else, then you might as well just keep on driving and never ever storm chase again, because you will not be liked or welcomed in the storm chasing community if you choose the tornado over people. So do not ever do that, because what if that was you laying there who needed help and you were underneath, thousands of pounds of wood and trees and freaking roofs and cinder blocks and whatever else, and someone just blew past you because they were just worried about getting pictures and making monetization off of videography and things like that. So yes, so very well nailed it. Very well nailed it there. Saved by His Grace, Sonia, everything like that. And thank you, Melanie. Melanie says the Virginia law just went into effect July 1st. So it just went to effect a couple of days ago when it comes into that. So, yes, hopefully those dominoes do not fall into other states as well. And as we know, sometimes Virginia does get some, storms as well. It's very, very rare that there will be storm chasers in the area, but it's never not that they won't be. So, but again, so if you're starting out storm chasing, make sure that you understand the search and rescue code and the search and rescue side of things when that happens. So, because that is a huge, huge part of storm chasing for that. So if we move on to some radar basics here, so you can once you build some of the storm spotting basics, move on to some radar interpretation. You don't have to become a radar scientist or radar specialist or analyst. Just understand what a hook is. Understand reflectivity, what you're looking at the intensity, things of that nature. So that's going to get you started. So get you started with understanding radar there, and you'll understand things like a hook echo, tight couplets, looking like again like reflectivity. If you want to look into things like velocity and correlation coefficient down the line, but definitely look into the reflectivity and understanding that. And then understanding, analyzing the storm cell movement. Which way is the storm moving? Is it moving north, northeast? Is it moving northeast? Because that's two different directions. North, northeast versus northeast. So then if it's, which way are you going to go? If it's moving that direction, how fast is it moving in that direction? Where are you located at in terms of where that cell is at? So again, yeah. So analyzing storm cell movement is another huge key part of getting involved there in storm chasing and knowing which way that storm is moving. So it's and a lot of times those storms will outrun you, especially when they're flying at highway speeds of like 50, 55, 60 miles per hour. Depending on how far back you are, you will not catch up to that storm. Because they are obviously storms are moving at unimpeded in the environment, so they are moving straight as the crow flies. And obviously, people like us driving vehicles, we have to stop at stop signs and we have to stop at red lights, and we go through towns, and there's turns, and there's curves, and there's everything else involved. So when they're moving like 50, 55, 60 miles an hour, unless you are in front of it or you can somehow roll at highway speeds with it, you will not ever catch up to it. So especially if you're behind it. So again, analyzing that storm cell movement, which way is that storm movement is it moving, and how is it moving? How is it? And what that means is how is it? Is it growing in intensity? Is it growing in width? Is it growing in size? So how is it moving as in the general direction that it's moving? So looking at that plays a big, huge part too of being able to analyze that storm cell movement. So again, just some basic 101 type of looking at storm chasing when it comes to that. Now, what is some of the must-have gear? What is some of the must-have stuff that you should have on your first storm chase or your storm chasing? So, um, let's look what Melanie says here. Melanie says Virginia drivers who participate in a live stream or manipulate an electronic device to interact with any live streams or enable or maintain the live stream on such device will also, and there's probably more to follow here. Okay. Thank you very much, Melanie, for that. And so, yeah, so we'll take a look at some must have gear here for your storm chase. And let's see here. So having the right gear can mean all the difference. I threw all in there, but it can mean the difference between a productive chase and a dangerous, data-starved outing. Your storm gear directly determines your operational range and survivability in the field. It does. So what are the things that really you should really have when you're out there chasing? Navigation tools and communication devices. Okay, Melanie put in, yes, thank you. In violation, penalties for violating this law include driver's license suspension periods and a maximum fine of $500 if the drivers get involved in an accident. Wow. Oh, wow. That's I'm just thinking about the Virginia law because yeah, definitely if that spreads like wildfire to other states is so I'm just going to talk about this real quick. So let's say you're storm chasing in. See, I'm trying to think where Virginia's at. What is that? So it's above. Above North Carolina. So say if you're storm chasing in North Carolina, and there's a tornado on the ground, and you're live streaming in North Carolina, and then that tornado crosses into Virginia. Is the expectation, and I don't know, I'm just kind of talking out loud here. Would the expectation be to immediately kill your feed and then stop live streaming? I don't. Is that what it would be? So when it comes to that, so uh, yeah, give me like 5 minutes. Wait, okay. And then so I don't know. I'm just kind of talking out loud. They're kind of spitballing, but is that what they are thinking? That like you have to kill your feed if you're coming in from a different state or whatever else? I don't know. I mean, is that's what they're saying, right? I mean, you can't do it. I don't know if that's the interpretation that I'm supposed to be getting from that, but wow, yeah, when it comes to that, so um, yeah, but we will get back into that in a second here. So thank you so much, Melanie, for that great information. Um, but yeah, because just to touch base on that just real quick for a second is too, because like I said, what if one of the main player states in Tornado Alley, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Arkansas, Illinois, what if they put that into place and then all of a sudden you can't stream in that state, and then I mean, what does that mean? I mean, I don't know. That's to me that's really wild. So when it comes to that, so but yeah, we'll get back into that and pick that up here in a little bit. So yes, so when it comes into essentials of having for storm chasing 101, what are some essentials that should probably have? So navigation tools and communication devices, mount a GPS unit, and keep a backup paper map. I would agree with that because you never know. I guess kind of go back to the old MapQuest days and print maps from the computer, things of that nature. A charged smartphone, yes. Running weather apps like Radar Scope, which of course Radar Mega is great as well. Weatherwise and all the other apps that are out there as well. Guarantees real-time positioning. Camera essentials. So if you're going out there and you are you're videotaping and you are taking pictures, camera essentials, pack a DSLR camera, tripod, extra memory cards and batteries. Set f8 aperture. This is where they're talking to about the camera. So ISO 100 through 800 and 5 to 15-second exposures for lightning. So kind of helping out with that. Power supplies carry power banks and vehicle chargers to sustain all electronics throughout extended chases. Absolutely. Safety kits and clothing layers. So include a first aid kit, a weatherproof jacket, walking shoes, sunscreen, and snacks to sustain endurance during unpredictable hours-long pursuits. Definitely, I definitely 100% say definitely you have to have should have a first aid kit. Should have some definitely weatherproof jackets. And I would say for all kinds of different weather. I would also would say for hail, if you had to get out in hail, to have a helmet. So to purchase a helmet, so you can wear that. Then also to have just a lot of batteries, water, snacks, blankets, definitely a backup power source, definitely a jack. A jack comes like a car jack comes in very handy, and I'm talking like one of those kind of like heavy duty ones, like that can pick up like what are they like 4 tons or something like that. Whatever they can pick up, it's super like they're kind of like the super heavy duty jacks because those are helpful in times of search and rescue because a lot of times you can't. It's too heavy to pick up like a roof or a board or something. But if you have a jack with you, that jack can help people out. Saved by His Grace says safety glasses. Yes, thank you for that as well. Safety glasses are, I would say, gloves, safety glasses, some sort of long shirt, pants as well, or something like that. Because especially if you're going on, when you go on and do a search and rescue, you're not going to want it to be wearing sandals or flip flops. So I would always recommend wearing shoes. When it comes to that, closed-toed shoes. I would recommend pants and a long sleeve shirt because if you get into like glass and you get into sharp twigs or sharp branches, sharp trees, you're going to want to make sure your skin is as covered as best as possible when it comes to that. And I would also and I would say a mask too because when you get up to homes that have been wrecked, completely slabbed or completely damaged, you're smelling gas and you're smelling different types of things that you don't want to be smelling. So a mask too helps keep out some of those airborne pathogens as well. So I would also recommend having some sort of mask in that first aid kit or something like that as well when it comes to that. And remember, and also too, maybe like maybe some little form of chainsaw or some sort of form of. I do know a lot of storm chasers run around with chainsaws and things of that in their car. So, um, and so definitely things of that. So you definitely have to. Um, um, there's a lot of ways, but definitely I would stay prepared with that. So, uh, and then yeah, and Debbie points out steel toe shoes. Absolutely, I would definitely agree with that. Melanie says what we say at our house most of the time is that it's better to go and bust. If you decide not to go, you are 100% guaranteed not to see a tornado. Exactly. Great, great, great philosophy there, Melanie, because I agree with that. It's kind of like the saying that you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, right? So can't be afraid to take shots and miss. You have to be able to go out there and be willing again to bust and be willing to put up with the failure because the failure is going to be there most of the time than not. And so yeah, it's at least you are out there and you're doing it and you're still loving what you do in that process. So it's and it helps build character and it helps build just brings in more of that excitement when you do have victory and you get that tornado that you're looking for or the storm maybe that you're looking for and it just brings all that more excitement to that process. So very good, thank you, Melanie. That's awesome. I like that. I love that philosophy, and that's very awesome. So again, when it comes to having stuff prepared, you can never. There's a saying. You can never be over prepared. So again, even if you think, oh, this is overkill or I'm taking too much stuff than what I should be taking, no, there's no such thing as being over prepared when it comes to storm chasing, preparedness, and awareness and readiness. So, Debbie says, exactly. I'd say that's the reason John McKinney gets out there and chases. Absolutely. Melanie says, I know some chasers who have been traumatized by what they saw when they did search and rescue, so now it's very hard for them to stop and help even though they want to. Exactly. I would definitely believe that that would play a huge part in search and rescue. Again, if you did walk up to a house and see the most traumatic thing that you could see, and then because again, that's going to weigh on your mind and weigh on your decision making. Uh, and maybe there have probably, I would assume, maybe have been storm chasers who have been so traumatized by what they've seen that they have stopped storm chasing. So, um, so it's, but yeah, definitely, I could definitely see that really playing on someone's mental health and someone's mental mind because again, we're not designed, or at least I believe that our minds are finite, right? We don't have infinite minds. So when we see something traumatic like that, it takes time to recover, and help and resources to recover, especially if you have a kind heart and you feel bad for what you're seeing, and especially again, there's people who've walked in, the search and rescue and found multiple families, unfortunately passed away from what the tornado did, or and so yeah, so definitely Melanie, I could definitely see how that would definitely play on storm chasers' minds, at all times for sure. So, but yeah, it's very traumatic. It's very traumatic on that. So, when it comes to that, so thank you, Melanie, for that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. But again, so if we go back to um, what to wear on a storm chase, and we'll get to that in a second. We get Saved by His Grace has last summer, two young chasers came across two fatalities after tornado. They were visibly not okay afterward. We need to pray for all chasers for many reasons. Yes, absolutely. I just couldn't imagine, you just have chased. So imagine the euphoria, right? So imagine you just chased the most beautiful, low precipitation LP tornado. It's beautiful in that form, but it was the most destructive, violent EF4, EF5, damage. And so it might have been the best chase that you had, and best photographs and everything you had, until you got to search and rescue. So you could be on the most high level, and then when you got into search and rescue, you're unfortunately seeing people impaled and people mangled and people, yeah, babies and kids and animals and livestock, and so it would have to be very challenging to go from an ultimate high down to whoa, this is real, so when it comes to that, um so yeah, it's very, um yeah, I could just imagine what that would be like, and to go through that and to experience that. So when they when they do come upon that, um so if we look at what to wear on a storm chase, thank you, Saved by His Grace, for that. And Melanie says, yes, Melanie, they don't realize what they are getting themselves into. And a lot of them don't. And Melanie's 100% correct. A lot of storm chasers don't understand the side of search and rescue. They don't understand that there is a dark side to the storm chasing. And obviously, I believe I've heard Freddie speak somewhere along those, maybe paraphrasing, speaking that like it's such a different side of storm chasing. It's all sunshine and everything when people don't get hurt and people it's like that. Um, but it's such a dark side when you see the damage and you see the way that it has affected lives and everything else. So So yeah, definitely. Um, Debbie says exactly, especially after we had a 2016 flood here in Reno, West Virginia. 23 people lost their lives. Some people left and never came back, and everywhere else. Wow, that's that's wild. Wow. Yeah, it's just wild what people what weather can do to people in the way that it affects and the way that it can cause so much harm and so much damage to people. So um, yeah, it's definitely rough for sure. But yeah, definitely want to thank you guys for that. Definitely want to jump back in here real quick to what to wear on a storm chase. Clothing on a storm chase isn't a fashion decision, it's a functional system that directly affects your mobility, comfort, and safety across rapidly shifting conditions. Temperature variations between morning setups and afternoon storm intercepts can exceed 30 degrees Fahrenheit, demanding smart layering techniques. So they kind of just recommend what to wear. Again, I personally would say, uh, definitely maybe something in the way of long sleeves and pants or something possibly. That's what I would recommend. But again, to each his own when it comes to that. Comfortable considers matters during 12-hour chase days, and I think obviously Melanie would be very well in tune with that, with Freddie and with Pastor John. Sometimes they're out there on some very long chase. Well, the chase days are very long. We just don't see uh, a lot of the driving up to getting into position. So yeah, so a lot of 12-hour chase days there, if not more, maybe 18-hour days, 20-hour days, um, things of that nature. So when it comes to that, so yeah, so definitely when it comes with that, so what are some beginner safety rules that keep storm chasers alive? So, this is what they come up with here. They're talking about one, never position yourself directly in a tornado's path. Should be and always should be self explanatory. Always intercept from the south or southeast. Maintain a clear escape route eastward. So, I would agree with the south for sure. Um, when it comes to that, definitely for that. Monitor emergency communication channels, including NOAA weather radio. Yes, I highly agree that if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, to get one, because they are very handy. Say if your phone would go out and not communicate with the you know communication towers, whether it's, during a tornado or a storm, and you lose internet or you lose cell signal, you lose power, because with no weather radio, you can run that with batteries, and that is run off of antennas. So we know off of radio waves, so that will keep you up to date and informed in real time. So, and local spotter networks for real time truth. So, thank you, Saved by His Grace. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Um, and practice strict storm chaser etiquette. Yes, yes, etiquette goes a long way. Respect goes a long way, right? What do we as people want, right? We want to be respected, right? So we should be respecting others and respect the etiquette that's out there, and have great etiquette while we do it. So don't block rural roads, never stop on blind hills, and leave escape corridors open for other chasers. So do not block other chase route or other chasers roads or chasers paths. Don't block roads that's the only road that's for safety. So so again, follow the proper etiquette. Um, be respectful. Be kind. And again, just utilize common sense. Utilize and use common sense at all times. So Establish a pre-chase communication protocol. Text your GPS coordinates to a trusted contact every 30 minutes. So again, or somebody have, or I think nowadays, I think we can have people like, uh, like GPS our phones or GPS our location at all times. So yeah, that is something that should definitely be followed, because if you were to get into a perilous situation, or if you were to get into a dangerous situation, and all of a sudden your phone becomes not being able to be operated, or things of that nature, or whatever your location is, there should be a couple ways for you to people to know exactly where you are at all times. So um, then also remember too, your vehicle is your lifeline, and it is. So use it as that. Use your vehicle as your lifeline. That is your escape. That is your shelter. That is what helps you, protects you, keeps you warm, keeps you cold. So treat it as that. Respect your vehicle. So the best that you can when it comes to that. So keep fuel above half tank, tires properly inflated, and always know your nearest paved escape route before storm develops. So as like Brother John or Pastor John has talked about a lot, is escape routes, right? You have to have an escape route when you are chasing a storm or chasing a tornado. If you do not have an escape route, do not proceed to chase that tornado, because your safety is more important than capturing video and getting views and likes and everything else. So make sure you always have an escape route to get away from the storm. If you do not proceed down the road. Do not proceed to continue to chase until you can find an escape route. So again, if safety is paramount, and it always should be, your escape route is paramount when it comes to that. So just always know where your escape route is, and how you are planning to escape to get away from that. So exactly when you get away from that. So how to plan your first local storm chase. We talked a little about that, and it's just going to talk get into that and everything. So some will say stay east of your target storm, maintain a 5 mile viewing distance, and never position yourself beneath the wall cloud. Some will say stay east of the storm. Some will say stay south of the storm, or they will say stay east of your target storm. Yeah, but again, so some would say, well, I want to be east because if I look back off to the west or to the southwest or northwest, whatever, I can be able to possibly look into the inflow notch and be able to see that tornado form and see that tornado coming at me. A lot of storm chasers don't like it when tornadoes come at them. They like to be the one who are actually chasing the tornado. So a lot of storm chasers will position themselves to the south of the storm. But remember, if we learned anything from El Reno, south is not always the best option to put yourself in, because a tornado can move south, due south at times. So, but that's where a lot of storm chasers like to set off, is to the south, and they'll be able to look northwest, or be able to look due north and see the tornado in there. Again, different storm chasers do different things. So I just say put yourself where you have the greatest safety at, where you are the most safe at, and put yourself in that position to be able to be as safe as possible. So, and like Debbie says, tornadoes can change directions too, and that is very true. And unfortunately, that's what happened in El Reno in 2013. The storm, a lot of it's completely unfortunate what happened to Twistex and the team there. And but yeah, so a lot of the talk before, or the folklore before, was to always drive south to get out of a northeast moving storm. Well, that El Reno storm, it was on that northeast trajectory, but the tornado grew so large, and then it actually started. It the tornado itself actually started moving in a south direction. So that's unfortunately what happened to Twist X was, unfortunately, going south at the time actually ended up, unfortunately, as we know what happened to them. And it actually, if you've ever watched the Weather Channel's Mike Bettis in 2013, he was chasing that same storm, the El Reno storm in 2013. So there is video of him in the Weather Channel SUV in the Weather Channel vehicle getting tossed and flipped and rolled over, because again he was headed south, thinking that he was getting south of the tornado, south of the storm. But little did they know that that's the direction, exactly the same direction that the tornado was headed. It was headed south, and then it was cutting back off to the east as well. So again, south, as we have learned, that south isn't always the best, the exit route. So, but yeah, so that's some lessons learned from El Reno, from that tornado. So, when it comes to that, so again, so some rookie mistakes. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything here. Oh yeah, Say by His Grace says, and don't plan your first chase on a moderate or high day from the SPC, and enhance maybe, but be extremely careful. Yes, if you are out there chasing on a moderate or high day, well, for one, you're going to have every other storm chaser out there, so it's going to be storm chaser city out there. So, but if you go out there on the very first day of that, that could be a very rude awakening into storm chasing. So yes, I do agree with that. At least I don't know if you want to come in at the highest point and then and potentially see some of the worst damage and some of the worst search and rescue and things that might happen, along with every other storm chaser, being out there as well. So, yeah, great pointers. It's a great pointer. Say by His Grace, great point. So, yeah, this is about to wrap it up here. So it's coming into rookie mistakes to avoid on your first chase, and Say by His Grace says another thing. It is perfectly okay to chase secondary targets. There'll be less convergence. Thank you, Sonia. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for following me on Facebook. Thank you so much. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Very, very awesome. Thank you so much with that. So, and but yeah. As like Say by His Grace says, another thing, it is perfectly okay to chase secondary targets. There'll be less convergence. Yes, I agree with that, because a lot of the main storm chasers are going to converge, on main targets, or where they think their main targets are set up in the main explosion zones or the main prime zones for convection and things of that nature. And so yeah, if you do see like a secondary storm fire off, or you see a secondary zone that maybe you can attack, there might be, like Say by His Grace says, there is a high possibility of there being less chaser convergence than if everybody is chasing the same storm. So, and when everybody is chasing the at least you'll know when everybody's chasing the same storm, because the line will go on. It'll look like, I don't know if you guys have ever been to like a sporting event, to like a Major League Baseball game or an NFL game or something, or either some sort of sporting event. And then when everybody's leaving, it's bumper to bumper, and it's like that's what it will look like on the roads there with chaser convergence. So, pretty wild stuff when it comes to that. So, what are some rookie mistakes to avoid? Chasing unfamiliar roads. If you don't know the road, or if you don't have a like a GPS coordinate, or you don't have a map telling you what the road looks like, or what the things it's going to be very tough to navigate down an unknown road that you don't know where it's going to lead or whatever else. So unfamiliar roads, please be very careful with those, so for sure. Ignoring fuel levels again, don't ever ignore your fuel level. Um, Keep that always close to full as you can. Fixating on one storm, don't fixate on one storm. That's kind of what Saved by His Grace just touched with here. Um, because again, if you lock onto a single storm, it blinds you and you could have stronger development nearby. You could have different clusters set up. Again, you have to have that kind of that 360 bird's eye view of what's going on there. So don't fixate on one storm. And number 4, skipping real-time radar, which is not technically radar. It's not technically real-time, but the best as it can be. But don't skip in scans when the scans do come in. Don't skip in when the latest radar scan comes in. Don't skip that. Again, but especially if you're new, because if you're new, you're most likely not going to be able to look at the storm and understand what the storm is doing in front of you. So definitely you're relying on radar at that time to really be your key point and your key feature, to help you out in that. So when it comes to that, so that is basically the overview that's tonight's topics. Tonight's topics is, the storm origins of storm chasing and kind of some high level overview of storm chasing 101 that I know of from talking to storm chasers and learning from storm chasers and learning and from studying and things of that. Obviously, Pastor John would be of great insight and of great value to Storm Chasing 101 as well. Just from him, being in, living it and doing it. So when it comes into that, so definitely, so David Hoadley, right? To just recap, so David Hoadley is the pioneer of storm chasing. Goes back to 1956. About 17, 18 years old. Just out there for enthusiasm, out there for the fun of it, for the thrill of it, taking notes, documents, journals, things of that nature. So he gets credit for being the original storm chaser and starting the origins of that. Doing that, and not only David Hoadley doing that, but also David Hoadley gets credit for starting really the storm chaser community. So again, the storm chaser community that we know today was basically started by David Hoadley back in the middle 1950s. So pretty cool stuff. But the more popularized, it started getting popularized in the 70s thanks to scientific initiatives and government programming, government funding. So that's when Neil Ward came in, and he gets credit for being sort of the scientific father of storm chasing there when it comes to the science side of things. But like we see the culture today, the way that the culture has shifted today is basically inspired by and is basically because of the 1996 movie Twister. So Twister is what propelled people more into being enthusiastic, being involved, wanting to learn, just having that great curiosity, people getting out there. So the way we see it today is the movie Twister shifted the culture. So we owe a big thank you to the movie Twister for what we see today, a lot of. So, and then just to the storm chasing 101s, getting high 101s, just kind of the do's, the don'ts, kind of the some of the storm chaser code that I know of, and just this things to be safe when it comes to 101, just knowing some terminology, getting, being part of like a spotter network, learning how to read some radar. But number one is safety, is understanding what you need for safety. But understanding that you are most likely going to fail when you go out looking for a tornado or whatever that may be. But just know that when you do uh, get victorious, that the fruits of your labors, um, really shines through in that moment. So to not be discouraged, but to understand that failure is a part of that process. So when it comes with that, so very great stuff there. Hopefully, you guys learned something a little bit there on this great July 4th, July, um, well, 5th now, uh, but yeah, so hopefully you guys have had a great 4th. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, again, this weather seminar, weather session. Appreciate that. And yeah, so let's open it up to questions, comments, concerns, any type of feedback you have, something maybe that you want to add, something that I maybe skimmed over, anything like that. Let's open it up and let's rock it out. So to see what's going on. So yeah, so 34 of you in here on which is pretty freaking awesome. So 34 of you in here on a holiday. So um and again, it's 1:11 my time, 2:11 Eastern, which would make it 12:11 Mountain and 11:11 Pacific time. So very thankful for that. Very blessed. So but yeah, questions, comments, any type of feedback that you have, any type of thing that you guys might know that maybe I didn't talk about, that maybe that wasn't discussed. So, that maybe you want to add in your feedback on. So, well, yeah. So, I'd love to know that. Love to talk about that some more here. So, open it up for some fireside chat here. So, to go into that. So that's been willing to look at that. So yep, Debbie's in the Eastern time then because she says it's 2:12 there. So Debbie's off in the East. I am Central because I'm Chicago time. I'm in Chicago. So um, Sonia says I've enjoyed this stream too, but I have been biting my tongue on a few things. John Boy, out of respect to you, I'll be contacting you privately about a few things that have been brought to my attention. Awesome. Please do, Sonia. Whatever it is, please reach out. You can contact me on Facebook. You can contact me on, I think if you're in, you can find me in Brother or Pastor John's Discord as well. You can contact me on there on Discord. Well, please do, because I would love to know what you are referring to. Um, and would love to know that. So, Melanie says 1:12 here. We are still 45 minutes from home. So Pastor John and Melanie are still in the vehicle. So that is awesome. I mean, I guess in a certain way that. So when it comes to that, so uh, yes, I hope Melanie that you and Pastor John are having a great uh, uh, ride back home and a safe trip back home. Say by His Grace said, I think chasers would benefit by having an ice chest with food. They could save so much money. I saw Freddie and Eli making sandwiches last year. I think I was so proud of them. That is awesome. That's pretty cool if they did. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but that would be kind of cool for that. So when it comes to that, so um, wow. But yeah, That is very cool. Someone mentioned, I heard they mentioned, I can't remember. I think it was on Freddie's stream one time. I think it was uh, a members only stream where somebody was talking about having like a food truck just follow around storm chasers and make money off of having a food truck out there, uh, and everything. So I don't know. That'd be pretty wild. Dude's out there storm chasing, then you got a food truck following behind you. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny. So, uh, but nonetheless, it might be a brilliant business idea. I don't know. So when it comes to that, you just never know. Um, but again, Sonia, please contact me because feel free to contact me whenever because I would love to know exactly what's going on there. So with that, so um, but yeah, definitely Pastor John, Brother John, again, just such a great mentor, such a great inspiration, such a great I don't even really have words really to say because uh, just so thankful and so blessed. Like again, I wouldn't be nowhere near the subscribers that I'm at, nowhere near the popularity of my channel or the growth of my channel where I'm at today. One, if it wasn't for God, obviously, and two, if it wasn't for Pastor John and his support and encouragement and so yes, definitely would not be uh, anywhere where I'm at without him at all. So and but yeah, so it's just very good. It's very awesome. It's very blessed and very to that. So um, and um, when it comes to that. So but yeah, it's um, I don't know what you guys think, but I know that I think that we cross paths with people for reasons, right? We come in contact with people for reasons. Um, the good Lord puts people in our way, puts people in our cross paths for reasons, and they're always perfect reasons. It may be reasons that we as human beings don't understand because of our finite minds, but for um, but because of um, just the Lord is perfect, so He always puts people. The Lord is perfect at putting imperfect people in your path. Um, so that's what how that goes. So Brother John says, Pastor John says, and I appreciate you too, Brother John. Thank you for the streams. You are so welcome. Um, just blessed to do this and to take a hold of this um, and to just really go at it, and do it. And did I ever think that I would start a channel and within a month, be at 867 subscribers? No, I didn't think that at all. I didn't. I was just gonna be happy with whatever God, however many God, however many subscribers God puts, or allows me to get. So whether that's 0 subscribers or it's 1,000 or it's 10,000 or whatever it is. I'm not in it to chase subscribers. I'm in to chase the glory of God. So um, and so I believe God will bring the subscribers as they come and followers as they come on that. So just very thankful and blessed for that. So um, but yeah, very thankful for Pastor John and his just his brotherhood. Very thankful for just him being encouraging and opening up and things just trusting me because I reached out to him as an outsider and he put faith in me to for me to show exactly who I say that I am, and I appreciate him giving me that opportunity. I appreciate him seeing my character and being able to see that That's exactly, so it takes trust and it takes faith and it takes, to do something like that. So, um, Saved by His Grace says, John Boy, I was praying for months about finding a community to feel a part of. Then lo and behold, Pastor John mentioned your YouTube channel, and here I am. So blessed to be here. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here, Saved by His Grace. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that anybody's here. I'm glad for everybody who's here and who supports and encourages. And I truly am, because I understand that time is valuable, right? Time is something that we don't ever get back, and we know that it keeps slipping away from us each and every day. Um, just like the great song says, right? Time gets, bolder and children get older, right? So, uh, and that is how it works, right? So we can't get the time back. So I'm thankful for each and every minute that somebody spends with me, and we get to fellowship, we get to, have fireside chats and learn, and um, so it's a very, very good to be a part of that and experience that. So I'm very, very well aware of, you guys could be somewhere else spending your time, instead of listening to me talk about storm chasing and some of the 101s and some of the some of the origins, and uh, but I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful, very blessed, and I definitely do not take it for granted. I definitely do not um, have a big ego about it. I definitely am humble about it in that process, because um, um, it's definitely, it's very humbling experience for sure. Sanya says, for years of everything I have been through, I said I was a victim. Not true. I came to the conclusion that God had a plan for me in the end. Wow, that's it's very good, Sonia. Very good self awareness. Very good. Um, what am I going to say here? To just see that and open up about that. That's really awesome. So, very good for you, Sonia, to see that and do that's very awesome. So, very cool. Rachel says, Sonia, I've been through some things too. He showed me we're not victims. We're survivors with divine purpose. Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree with that, Rachel. Definitely. I think that, yeah, and that's, that takes a lot of self awareness, a lot of self courage, uh, to look at certain things, um, and that. So yeah, definitely, definitely, that's awesome. So Debbie says, definitely there, Rachel. There's other people out there feeling the same way. Yes, definitely. Um, yeah, when it comes to that. So I just know I just believe that God obviously knows way bigger than what we know. Obviously, his mind is his knowledge and mind is infinite. He has all the knowledge in the world. He's outside the space of time. And so I just believe that God has again puts people in our paths for reasons, and those are reasons that that we should take advantage of, and um, to really just be humble about that process and to understand that. And but yeah, I mean, I think we've all experienced, right, hurt, and we've all experienced pain, we've all experienced failure, we've all experienced being hurt, being a victim. We've all experienced a lot of that, right? I know I have, so when it comes to that. So Sonia says, exactly, Rachel. I have been told I was a survivor, but until I got into the weather community, starting with John Boy, Tanner, etc., God has a plan in the end for all of us. I'm so thankful. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And everybody's, God's plan for everybody is it looks different, right? So, I mean, um, and, but just know that his plan is perfect, right? So his plan is, um, there are no flaws in God's plan. God's plan is perfect. Even though we might see it from a different and be like, "Oh God, what is your plan? What is, what is your plan for me?" Like, I'm trying to see, I'm trying to visualize it. Just know that it's a perfect plan. And when it comes to that, Saved by His Grace says, Jesus saved me in more ways than one. He saved me from hell, and I am 5 years clean from alcohol and drugs. Praise Him. Yes. Thank you. Saved by His Grace. Absolutely, 100%. Um, and then I will tell you my story. But yeah, that's very awesome. My story is I came to know Jesus. I accepted Jesus when I was 15 years old. Um, Came to know Him as my Lord and Savior at 15. I grew up in church, but I never had a personal relationship with Christ until I was a little over 15 years old. And but my thing was at 15, and I'm very open and very transparent. At 15, I was doing drugs, I was drinking, chasing women, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, well, you're doing that at 15 years old." Yeah, I was, and to much of, my parents didn't know anything about that, what I was doing, but yeah, I was doing that. I was chasing women, uh, doing drugs, drinking, um, just down the wrong path, right? And doing things that I shouldn't have been doing, all that stuff. So, um, and then I was hanging out. We moved. Just to make a long story short, we moved, and again, like I said, I've grown up in church my whole life up to that point, and then we moved to a new city, and so I wasn't hanging around the same people. But again, I don't put any. I take full accountability for my own choices and my own actions. Again, it's they never forced me to drink. They never forced me to do drugs. They never forced me to chase after women. They never forced me to do mean and rotten things. So I take accountability and responsibility for my actions, and I make no excuses for them. So so again, um, but yeah. So when we moved to the new city, we found a new church, and um, that's when I just really felt the power of God and felt like the power of like um, something way bigger. And that's I remember being 15 years old and um, accepting Christ, and just repenting, and from that day forward, I just remember all that. So but yeah, so I mean, it could have been a different outcome. Obviously, for me, it could have been a different, thing. But I mean, God, uh, He knows our hearts. He knows, what we're thinking. He knows what we're going to do before we even do it. So, but yeah, that's and through a long time. Let's see, that was 15 and 15. See, I'm 43 now, so 28 years of that of walking with having a personal relationship with Jesus, and I have stumbled and I have backslid, numerous times have I done that, made stupid decisions, um, made so dumb decisions and choices, and backslid, like I said, and I own up to that. I own up to all of my failures and shortcomings, and all of that. I don't put any blame on anybody. Well, it's all on myself. I make the choices myself. But yeah, like I tell people, is it's you know um, you just have to understand that having that personal relationship is what it's about. It's about getting to really know who Christ is, and um, and getting to know, um, it just on a personal level, and talking just talking to God, right? It doesn't have to even be like in a praying sense, but just talking and just having conversations and just having, that, and it's just very, um, it's just very awesome, right? But again, I've made a lot of dumb choices, even as uh, being saved, and ever since I became saved, I've made a lot of dumb, stupid choices, a lot of not so good things, and or just but at the end of the day, it is my uh, uh, again, that's on me and everything else. So, and then but yeah, I just know that God loves me for who I am and how I am. God loves you for how you are and what you are. And obviously, God wants the best for me. He wants the best for you. Um, but He wants us to realize and understand that we can't do it on our own. That um, we need His, we need His we need him to help us do it all. Like we cannot do this on our own, um, and that we have to be have that humility in that process. Give people grace, like he has given us grace. Give people mercy, like he has given us mercy. Give people love, like he has given us love. And I know that's easier said than done. I trust me, I know that 100% when it comes to that. But that's a little bit about my testimony when it comes, how it was just my testimony when I came to really start having, that personal relationship with Jesus, and that all I know is that He has never ever left my side. He has carried me and continues to carry me all of the time because I do stumble and I do fall. Um, and But I do my best to be the best Christian that I can be. Obviously, I'm going to fail, but I do my best to do that. So, and to be the best Christian that can be out there. Let me jump back into chat here. So, uh, Sonia says there's only a couple in the WS community that knows my story. Sonia says there's a couple. Okay, that knows my. I have to admit, I've been afraid of being judged. Um, I can understand that, Sonia. I mean, obviously, I don't know your story or anything, but I do know that people are afraid to open up because they're afraid of judgment from their peers, from loved ones, from even Christians themselves. And um, so, um, but yeah, that's why I'm open about my you know, just talking a little bit about now, just how I talked about when I became saved at 15. But even talking about my testimony that when I just went through this, very scare of, my scare of being sick and everything else, and talk about that to just be open. And I've learned, and it's a learning process, but I learned to let that side of me go that says, well, I wonder what people are going to think. I wonder, people are going to judge. And I know it's easier said than done, so, but I had to learn how to just be open and be bold and to say, hey, people are going to accept, me for who I am and how I am, or, one of the things that like, and that's just the way that it is, so, but I understand, definitely know where you're coming from because I have definitely been there before. I think a lot of us have been there before, and maybe a lot of us that are still there that don't want to open up because they're afraid of what people are going to say. But I would just say to that is open up, and the people that love you will still be standing next to you after you open up. So, and the people that really care about you, like I said, the people that care about you, the people that love you, will still be standing next to you. So I would definitely say, definitely do your best to open up the best that you can. So from that, so what I think I missed something up here from Debbie up here. What did I miss? So what did I miss from Debbie? Oh, Debbie says, "Hey, John Boy, I need you to pray for my brother. I think his blood clot came back. He's in a hospital right now." Yes, absolutely. Do we know where the blood clot is and what the blood clot, like it's currently doing? Like, do we know if he's taking medication to get it under, you know, to be helping, or what's going on with that? Can you please fill me in a little bit with that, Debbie? And definitely 100%, I would love to pray for your brother. So, and it looks like we have brother Jonathan in from the UK. Uh, Sonia says it is different, Rachel. I had 1 year that it was definitely bad. I have more support on here than my own mom. Unfortunately, I am going through that right now. To Sonia with my mother-in-law and my sisters-in-law and my brother-in-law. So I definitely know um, from that experience. So I can't say how much I greatly appreciate everyone's support. Yes, um, definitely. Debbie says he's had it before. It never went away. It's in his lungs. Oh wow. Um, but yeah, it's wow. That's yes, Debbie. I would definitely pray for your brother. Can you tell me what your brother's name is, please, Debbie, so I can pray for him specifically. So, uh, Say by His Grace says, everyone, I want you to know that I am praying for you all. I hope that brings you some comfort. I literally wish that I could hug you all and make everything better. Awesome. Thank you, Say by His Grace. That's awesome. And that's an awesome testimony, right? That you have Saved by His Grace about helping you. I believe that you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have to go back up and look, but with the Lord obviously delivering you from your past vices and things of that nature, things that were holding you back. Um, so it's very awesome with that. Um, but we all need, some sort of, we all need comfort, and we all need some sort of help along in that process, right? So, um, Debbie says, my brother's name is Jason. Okay, thank you. And so thank you. I would definitely pray for Jason. Thank you so much. John Boy, this is from Sonia. Sonia says, John Boy, I'm so sorry that you're going through all of that. It's unreal how God has brought us all together. Yes. Yeah. I had a great relationship with my mother-in-law, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, sisters-in-law, my wife's family. I mean, all that. And even some people in my own family too. Up until I got sick. And then when I got sick last year, or into 2024 and 2025, all of that changed. And a lot of people just didn't want to understand the situation that I was going through. They didn't want to understand that mental illness is an illness, that it's a sickness. The sickness that I was going through, a lot of people just thought I was faking it. A lot of people just thought that I was choosing to be sick, that I just wasn't doing my best. I wasn't trying hard enough. And I got called some pretty bad names throughout that process. I got called some pretty hurtful stuff, and there is still some severed there is still some severed relationships there because of their very mean words and their unwillingness to want to uh, just offer help. Like I'm not. I just. I've always told him. I said I don't want sympathy. I just want. I'm just asking for empathy. Just put yourself in my shoes. If you were in my shoes, what would you do? And so, and I've never wanted anybody's sympathy, for what I went through. But for them to just believe it was like a choice and everything else, it's very immature. And I'm just saying this not to knock them. I'm not trying to say anything bad, but I'm just saying it as transparently as I can. That's an immature way to look at it, and to not offer just saying, "Hey, I don't understand what you're going through, but hey, how can I help? How can we help?" That's never been offered. That has never been offered ever. Never offered one time throughout the process of me almost dying and me not being able to, to be incapacitated and not do anything, not to be able to do anything. And never one time was there any like, "Hey, can we support you through prayer? Can I support you?" Not one time was that ever offered. So So that stings. Well, that stings to my wife. That stings my wife a lot because that's her mother and her siblings. So that stings her because my wife feels that my wife is very hurt by them and their actions towards me. So and her, and they hurt her as well. So just a lot of prayer would be helpful and thankful in that process because it's just very yeah, again, just being very open and very honest. It's just a lot, there are some severed right now relationships in that. So um, when it comes to that, so Sonia says, Rachel, thank you, hon. Appreciate the prayers for Chessie. She's my main focus and put her before myself. Now I'm also worried about my feral cat. I haven't seen her for her hours because of the fireworks. Oh, probably scared. And then Jonathan says, my dad always told me if you say nothing good to say, then don't say anything at all. Say it all. Yeah, that's usually the model, right? If you don't have anything good to say, don't say it at all. Um, but yeah, so Uh, Saved by His Grace says, I still face much persecution from my brother because of my past failures and mental health issues. Jesus will sustain you, my brother in Christ. Thank you. Yes, definitely, and I hope that your relationship with your brother gets better too, because you know, my own brother was telling me, it was telling that I just need to man up, that I just needed to uh, man up, and basically that I could just break out of it, and it was like that's not what it was. I couldn't just flip a switch and just break out of it. That's not what it was. So, but yeah, even my own family, my own mother hurt me a lot through the way she treated me through saying things. And I'm not saying this I'm not saying this to bad talk people. I'm saying this to be honest and to be open, because this is what happens to families when people get sick or people don't understand a sickness or in this. So this is just me being very very raw and open about it. And so yeah, I've had a lot of hurt things from my own mother, a lot of hurt things from my own brother, and then obviously my wife's family as well too. So and even my wife. Even my wife didn't understand it at first. So even and she takes accountability and responsibility for the things that she's said to me as well throughout the process, and she owns it. And she'll even tell you that, hey, there's a lot of things I said to him and treated him that I never should have done. And so I'm thankful that she owns that and that she takes accountability for that. So, but yes, Saved by His Grace, definitely, it does suck when we get persecuted by your own family because they just don't want to understand and they just think that they already know the answers to that. So, but yeah, but again, that's my way of just helping people. Again, that's just being transparent. It's not talking negatively about it. That I'm just being very open and being very honest at how that portrayed and went for me. So, um, but yeah, there's a lot of if people don't understand things, then they just believe that whatever is in their mind is correct, right? So, and that's why to say, like, if anybody's sick, whether it's with mental illness or any type of sickness, it's just hey, how can I help? Like, how can I offer help? So, help. How can just offer help, offer grace, and just offer saying, how can I help you? And that's what people who are suffering want. They just want people to be like, hey, what can I do to help? Like, what can I do to support? And I'm not saying yet, and just people just want to have that comfort, or to just know that somebody there out there cares about them. So, but yeah, so it's just when it comes to that, so it's very but but yeah, so but yeah, that's just that. But anyway, so I think we've all been hurt, right? We've all been through pain and suffering and hurt, and whether it's our own choice, whether it's our own actions or not. But we've all have faced uh, pain and hurt and suffering and things of that nature. So, um, But all I know is that God can and does heal the pain from that. Doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. Doesn't mean it will happen within the year or so. It'll take time, and He will heal uh, um, as He sees fit. But He does always heal. So, um, thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan says, "Hope you guys had a great Fourth of July and time with your loved ones." Yes, had a great Fourth of July over here. We just had a bunch of fireworks going off over here where I'm at. Um, Sometimes they sound like they were coming from my attic. Sound like they were that close. But besides that, yeah, very great stuff. So when it comes to that, so um, but yeah, hopefully everybody else had a great Fourth of July. So yes, say by His grace. Thank you so much. That is very awesome. Thank you. Say by His grace says, "Hey y'all, if you are suffering with mental health stuff, please reach out to someone, anyone. You don't have to suffer alone. There are folks out there that will love you no matter what." And that's true. It is. That's absolutely true. Say by His grace nailed it. Absolutely. And that's what I'm on a mission too, is to help. Is to help people understand that I've seen darkness, and I know what darkness looks like, and I know what a mental health crisis looks like. I lived through it, and I went through it, and I lived through it, and so I'm on a mission just to help people understand that don't fight, don't fight your mental illness alone. Don't fight your battle alone. Uh, just let somebody know, hey, so you don't suffer, because people. Um, Unfortunately, we know when people suffer from mental illness, a lot of times, unfortunately, um, the worst thing happens and they end up unaliving themselves, and they end up, um, you know, doing unfortunate things. So, um, with that, yeah, so please don't ever fight it alone. Please, I can't say it enough. Talk to somebody, and if whoever you don't talk to is not hearing you, or who's not listening, or they don't want to listen, please talk to somebody else who will listen, but please don't ever, uh, let somebody say that your mental illness or mental health is not as important as any other illness, that it's just not as strong as any other illness. So, um, please just um, just know, don't let somebody put your mental illness or mental health down, or to make it seem worthless, or seem like it's not as much worth as it really is. So, when it comes to that. So, Jonathan says, my PTSD was really bad until I spoke to the Royal British Legion. They were great, helped me so much. Awesome. PTSD. It's another big strong mental health issue. So PTSD. I know a lot of folks suffer from PTSD as well. A lot of folks anxiety. A lot of folks depression. A lot of folks panic attacks. A lot of folks um, schizophrenia, psychosis. There's just so many different things that go into that. So there's so many different mental illnesses that are out there. Some are, um, you know, it's just there's different levels to it. That's all I know. So um, Jonathan says, yes, they were brilliant. They understood more than you could imagine. Awesome. And then, yeah, obviously a counselor too is great to talk to, a therapist, somebody you can just, excuse me, somebody you can just talk to and just get out or get off your chest, um, of what really, you know, is bothering you. And it doesn't make you weak. It actually makes you stronger talking about it and getting it off your chest than holding it in. So, I know it's perceived as being weak when you talk about an illness, or talk about something that's hurting you or bothering you. It actually makes you stronger, and it makes you look stronger by talking about it and getting it out. So, Jonathan says, "Oh, 6 tours of Afghanistan really messed me up." So it looks like Jonathan was in the wow, in the UK. Is that so called the army over there? What's that called over there, Jonathan? I'm not familiar with what the UK calls it. But it looks like Jonathan was in the military for the UK over there. Awesome. So thank you for your service, brother, for the UK over there. Sonia says, I totally agree. I have one of my best friends that I have been best friends with for 8 years. We understand each other and there for each other. Plus, everyone here has been a part of my life. Awesome. That's awesome. So Jonathan was part of the army. Awesome. Also, in the UK, it's called the army as well. Okay, uh, so 22 years. 22 years you were in the army. That's awesome. Saved by His Grace says, remember everyone, your brain and its health is just as important as any other body part of your body. Agreed, and I would actually go one step into that, further into that. I would actually say your brain is actually the the most important part of your body because your brain controls everything. Your brain controls movement, it controls you eating, it controls you sleeping, it controls you drinking, it controls you doing everything. So the brain, anybody's brain, is the most vital part of the body. So there's actually a saying. The saying goes, if you lose your brain, you lose all the rest of your body. Um, so um, you definitely want to keep your brain as healthy as possible because without that, you wouldn't be able to do basic function needs that you do without even thinking. So you breathing you right now without even you thinking about breathing. You're breathing because your brain is helping you breathe right now. But you don't even realize that. But yeah, so the brain, I tell people, is take care of your brain, and your brain will take care of your body. So, uh, just like that. That's how I like to teach people that way. So yeah. So Jonathan looks like he was in the army for 22 years, straight from school. Okay. Are you talking straight from high school or straight out of college? Uh, I don't know what's high school over there in UK. Do you guys have 12th grade over there? Do you guys get out in 12th grade? I don't know if different countries do it differently than what the US does it. Not 100% sure. Um, yeah, let us know, Jonathan, if that is what you do. Like if you guys go up, like what grade you guys even do grades over there? I don't know how it works in UK. All I know is the US. So, um, how it works here. Um, Jonathan says, to be honest, I have an extended family on here in Papa John's stream. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Yes. And we all have to help each other, right? We all have to help each other grow. Um, because we all have failures and we all have strengths, but we're all strong in different parts of different things, right? Like whatever I'm strong in, that doesn't mean that Jonathan's going to be strong in, but whatever Jonathan is strong in, that doesn't mean I'm going to be strong in it. So we all have different talents and strengths, and that's I believe that's what we should be helping each other uh, is become stronger and just realizing that we are not perfect, right? And we all need help in ways that we can get help in. Um, oh, Jonathan says it was grammar school straight from 11th grade. Okay, so awesome. So you guys graduate in 11th grade, or do you guys go up to a 12th grade, or what's your high school look like over there, Jonathan? Uh, or whatever, or what do you guys call it over there? Is it you guys call it high school? Um, I don't know. I'm actually pretty fascinated by that. Um, of what it's called, maybe in different countries, um, with that. But yes, we really do. Say by His Grace says yes, we really do appreciate you, Jonathan. Yes, we do, Jonathan. Okay, he says highest is 12th grade. Okay, So same as us. Same as us. So high school for us would be 12th grade, and then anything after high school would be considered college slash university for us. So awesome, awesome. Sonia, yes. Sonia says, "Thank you, Jesus. My feral cat Angel showed back up. Awesome. I'm sure. So I'm not a cat. Like I don't own cats. I'm not really a cat guy. I mean, I'm a dog. I'm a dog guy. I'm a dog person. But so I do know that our dog gets very very nervous and scared around fireworks or when fireworks are going off. So do cats get the same way too? Is that what I'm taking from this? Somebody let me know. So Jonathan says I was 16 when I joined. Wow. You can join the army when you're 16 and like deploy, or could you not deploy until you're 18? Could you actually like I don't even see how, because in the US you're not even an adult until you're 18. So do you guys have adult um statutes? Are you guys in the UK considered an adult at 18, or I don't know. What does that look like in the UK? So um because like for us in the United States, you usually can't drive until you're what 15 and a half or something if you have driver's ed. It might be different places, um, but usually you can't get your license until you're 16 or so or something if you don't have any driver's ed help. So as a junior leader and deployed at 18. Okay, so deployed at 18. Wow. And you spent 22 years in there. Wow. So that's awesome, man. So was that like a retirement? Is that like I don't know what that looks like because I think over here there's X amount of years you can serve in the army in order to like retire from them and get like pensions and stuff and all the fun good stuff. Um, so it's cool, very cool, brother. Yes, very Saved by His Grace says Sonia. That's an answered prayer. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Saved by His Grace. Glad that Sonia's cat is back in action there. So, question Saved by His Grace says, John Boy, how often do you plan on doing live streams every week? I'm planning right now at least 5 days a week. So that's my goal. My goal is to do at least five days a week. Um, especially to continue to grow my platform and because I'm really into it. I'm really just with which I think has been successful in the process. So yeah, definitely looking at five times a week, and um, that's my goal. At least yeah, at least 5 times, and to teach, to again have fireside chats, to talk to each other, to but yeah, but definitely wanted to grow the community, right? That's why I'm reaching across into Facebook and reaching across most likely into Twitch as well, and because whoever I can stream and reach and help, that's what it's about, and the people hopefully will enjoy my content and enjoy just listening and enjoy just being part of a cool family, So, Sonia says, I used to be fully dog person, but still love them. But I've taken on a few feral cats. Yes, cats get very scared of fireworks, just like dogs. Okay, I was not aware of that. So, very, very cool. So, I mean, I didn't know that. Like, it's cool to know that information, but not cool that they get scared, obviously. But then Jonathan says 22 years. Well, first of all, thank you, Sonia, for that information. Appreciate that. Jonathan says 22 years is the max of the Royal Veterinary Corps. Uh, so John Boy used to be, or John Boy, jeez, Jonathan used to be a dog handler. So that's awesome. So like you used to train dogs or something, or like police dogs, or something. That's pretty, or military dogs or whatever. That's pretty awesome. If so, um, when it comes to that, so yeah, unfortunately, and I do know that Afghanistan caused a lot of PTSD for a lot of U.S. soldiers as well, just being put in that line of fire and position and stuff. So, Saved by Grace says I have three cats and two half Chihuahua Yorkshire Terrier dogs. My sweet babies, nice. That's very awesome. That is so good. So that is so awesome. So and I think we all get attached right to to our animals and um, I mean I think that's good. I mean we got to treat our animals with love and respect and care and so at least I know I feel that way about our about our dog and everything. So when it comes to that, so but very cool stuff. Jonathan says I had a Belgian Malamute attack dog. She was explosive trained. Wow, Jonathan's got some cool stuff going on over there. He had an explosive trained dog, so that's pretty wild when it comes to that. So very cool with that. So wow, that's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool, brother John. Very awesome, dude. So yeah, a proper dog saved Yorkshire Terrier. Okay, man, that's so cool. See, you just never know where people have been at and what people have been at in the walks of life and the things that they've done and so it's pretty cool to hear that. So um, yeah, that is so cool. Did anybody have any storms today where you guys were at? Like I said, here in Chicago, we had a little bit of stuff, not too bad. But anybody else have any storms where you're at, or any type of any weather events or anything like that today happened? So um, please let me know in the comments. Looks like looks like Debbie says. It's like Saved by His Grace says yes. Stormy this morning in Arkansas. Okay. Debbie says yes. We did here in Reno, West Virginia as well. Okay. And Jonathan says yeah, just rained here as well. So awesome. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Just looking at something real quick. So if you look, let me see, make sure I didn't miss anybody here in chat here. Um, Jonathan, Peter is not very far from you, right? I think Peter's from Manchester. I think he told me. Um, so I think you and Peter aren't very far from each other. So um, Peter probably gonna pronounce his last name wrong, or was it like Ludini or something like that? Saved by His Grace says, looks like more storms moving to in from Oklahoma too for tonight. Okay. Peter's okay. Jonathan says Peter's about 50 miles from him. So very cool. I'll get off. And then that's awesome. And what about God Struggler? He's from the UK as well too, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, or if I'm right, or what that looks like. But I think Struggler's from the UK as well. So if I am not mistaken. Wait, where's he from? Oh, he's from Birmingham. Okay. And Saved by His Grace. Peter is a moderator for uh, Pastor John as well. Uh, he's a moderator in John's channel as well. So it's like Peter Ludany or something like it's like Ludany or something like that. That's who he. That's who he is as well. So, all right. So he's from the. Oh, he's from Birmingham. Okay. And Peter is from Manchester. So okay. And Jonathan's in like Yorkshire, North Yorkshire area. Jonathan is around, and I think I believe that Jonathan's around a big train like train depot or an old train depot. I don't know if it's still in service. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, but uh, with a big train um, like depot that was around that or in that in his town. So I think David Tokar would appreciate uh, probably that because I think that David Tokar tends to be a train enthusiast throughout Pastor John's live streams. So when it comes to that, so but Jonathan could tell us a lot more about that for sure. Um, when it comes to that. Yeah, Debbie says, yep. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. So Jonathan says, yeah, it still works. Settle Carlisle line, look it up. Hellafield is my village. Okay. Yep. Awesome stuff. Awesome. Well, it is 2:08 my time, so that means that the newest, well, actually it should have come out an hour ago. So let's take a look at the newest outlook to see if there's anything going on for today at all. I like to just look at the map here real quick and see what we have. Um, I did look at it, I did look at it, Jonathan. Yep, I looked at it. I just couldn't see though if it was still operational or not. So, but the village looked pretty awesome though, and the train line looked pretty awesome. Like the station or the tracks as well looked pretty cool. So, all right, so let's dive into the active alerts. Let's look into the thunderstorm outlook, and let's see what they have for current day one. So this is going to be for today. Not much. They got a slight. Um, See if they have for tornado. They don't have any areas shaded, so they don't really think there's going to be any tornado threat anywhere here in the lower 48 states here in the continental United States today. So we have a wind. Looks like a wind threat over off in the uh, eastern seaboard. Looks like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington D.C. region. So hail. Oh, a hail threat way up here in North Dakota. Way up here in North Dakota. 15% with it. Looks like a Sig 1 hatched. Sig 1? Yeah, Sig 1. A little bit of a hatch right there. So, but besides that, categorically speaking, nothing really happening out in the middle of the country at all. So, that's for day one. That's today. Let's see if they have anything lined up for tomorrow. Tomorrow they have marginal up here right now. Let's see if they have any tornado. Nope, they're not expecting any type of tornado. Any type of tornado threat or anything like that today nor tomorrow anywhere in the continental United States. See if they have any wind. 5% wind damage chance, and hail as well up here. So so it looks like tomorrow, let's see if we go into the 5th. So if we go into, oh wait a second, this even been updated for today yet? I might have been looking at I got updated 11:43 on it's a couple hours ago. Okay, so all right. So yeah, but today's, yeah, that should get okay. But yeah, today I don't know. But the great question that Saved says is, I wonder if anyone would be chasing tomorrow. Are you talking about as in today tomorrow, or as in tomorrow as in like Monday tomorrow? So how that is. So just kind of want to know what you mean by tomorrow. I know because it gets so close to around midnight. Sometimes tomorrow can mean the same day or the next day, depending on what is going on. So all right. So talking about Sunday. Yeah. So with there being not even a huge risk anywhere. I mean, if we look at the wind, yeah, even the wind threat is not even out here in the middle of. So if there are storm chasers, and well, if they're in Virginia, they won't be live streaming this part. They'd have to be out here. What the cities? What cities we got over here? Baltimore stuff and everything. Yeah, Philadelphia-ish, Baltimore, Maryland. So if there are any, I mean, and there are very few storm chasers located on the east out here. Um, so that looks like that would only be the prime area. Would be that over there. Maybe for some hail potentially, I guess. Maybe possibly somebody might be way up here in North Dakota, but that's a long trip to just get some hail. So I don't know though. I mean, some people might just go out and just to maybe have a live stream to, um, and be in contact with their subscribers and things of that nature. Uh, but yeah, but it looks like, um, yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the major action is going to be over here where people can't even live stream, except for if you get into Maryland here. So, So I don't know if that whole Virginia thing means that you just gotta like record a video and then post it, and then record a video again and then post it, which that is just ridiculous. Uh, yeah, so I don't know. That's I don't even know how they would enforce that. Honestly, I mean, I really don't know. That's that's a lot. It seems like a lot of policing to do when it comes to that. So, um, but yeah, so I don't know. I mean, some storm chasers do chase even when there's not like a big risk or like a big anything because they just want to keep, the viewers up. They want to keep their interactions up. They want to keep their impressions up, especially if they do it as a full time job and they make money off of it. So they definitely, a lot of storm chasers will do that for that reason, to make sure they're being active and everything. Um, but I definitely know that I definitely am going to reach out to Brother John though, and hopefully he would be willing to do a co live stream with me, do a collaboration, and because I would love to live stream. Um, um, I would love to do a live stream to um, with Brother John. So um, and everything. So hopefully we can make that happen this month. That would be awesome. To do a live stream together. I think that would be cool. Sonia says moderate Motley is one of my chasers. Awesome. I just texted him to get him on here. Awesome. Thank you. I don't know if I'm very familiar with. I've heard of the name, but I don't know if I've ever seen any of Moderate Motley's work or videos. So, but I have heard the name, so I will say that. Um, just not aware if I've ever seen any videos or any type of work at all. So, um, but oh, Dylan Motley. Okay, cool. Uh, every time I hear Motley, my mind goes to Motley Crue. It just automatically does. Um, so I guess we can thank Motley Crue for that. Um, but that's where it goes. Um, but anyways, show of hands or thumbs or whatever. How many of you would be interested in hearing interviews from storm chasers? So how many of you would watch um, um, interviews with storm chasers? So say if Brother John was being or Pastor John was being interviewed, would you watch an interview of him? Would you watch an interview if Tanner was being interviewed? How would you guys like to hear interviews of storm chasers? So or from storm chasers. So Saved by His Grace says 1,000 times yes. Jonathan says absolutely, great idea. Um, but yeah, I'm just gauging the feel if that is something that people would watch kind of like a interview with storm chasers. I do have a business plan and a business model for that. Sonia says, John Boy, my chaser has someone with him when he chases. They tell him what chat says. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Sonia. Um, but I think that would be cool to have, to see interviews like from, uh, from different storm chasers and interviews that like, different types of interviews, right? I mean, not just like these interviews that you see when they um, that the media gives and because the media is not trying to, they're just trying to paint a certain over, a broad picture and everything, and they're not trying to get down and deep into storm chasing and the why they chose storm chasing and what makes them tick and how do they get through the tough days and the bad days when there are busts and they have failures, and stuff like that. So um, that's the questions I would love to know. Things I like to know like that. So Jonathan says Tanner Charles, the corner row king, or the cornrow king. Oh yeah, he does sometimes, doesn't he? He does sometimes have cornrows. So um, yes, yeah, Sonia. I was gonna ask you that, and I'm glad you brought that up. Do you know why Tanner has not live? I don't think he's live streamed at all this season, if I'm not mistaken. So, do you know why he has not live streamed for? Savage Grace says post chase interviews would be cool, kind of like a NASCAR race, and after they're done chasing, and then they get out and tell us the good things and the bad things and what they're looking forward to. So when it comes to that, so looks like we have everybody say hi to Julie Rios. Looks like she's popping in here, so thank you so much, Julie, for chiming in. Appreciate that. So very awesome stuff. But yeah, if you know Sonya, please let me know if you know why Tanner has not been live streaming this season for. So um, and then, but yeah, be a pretty cool. So, but yes, hello, Julie. Hope you are having or had a great 4th of July. Um, Hopefully, you're having a great night wherever you are located at. Um, so, but yeah, I think it'd be cool to hear. Um, Yes, I'll get back to that. But yes, Saved by His Grace says Tanner did a test stream a few days ago. He did, and I saw that, so that was pretty cool. So I thought maybe he was going to maybe stream, uh, but I don't know. Maybe he was just testing out. Maybe he doesn't have. Um, I don't know. I don't know. So, but good to see Julie in here. Good to still see 25 people in here concurrently on the day after 4th of July. So um, I know that this is um, a very big alcohol day for America and everything. So I personally don't drink. I choose not to. That's just my personal preference. I don't drink. I abstain from alcohol. So I don't drink alcohol at all. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I don't. But that's just my choice, and that's what I choose to do. So. Um, Julie says, haha, yes, nerds unite. Yeah, I think we all are nerding out on something. So, um, but but yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool stuff. So, um, oh, Jonathan, yeah. Jonathan had to bring up the revolutionary and everything. So, uh, it's gonna get brought up eventually, I guess. So, but it's funny though. So, but very funny, very cool stuff though. When it comes to that. But yeah, but I mean, 27 people in here still. I mean, that's pretty cool at 2:23 in the morning. Um, so my time. So when it comes to that. But yeah, I just think it would be cool to interview storm chasers. It's something that I'm really am diving into that idea of because I think it would be awesome for us to get kind of more on a personal engagement level with all the storm chasers that we love. Um, and to just kind of get to know people and that and so I think it's really cool. I think it'd be really awesome. Sonia says, John Boy, it's because he was having streaming issues and trying to get it sorted out. Awesome. Okay. Totally understand. Totally understood when it comes to that. Um, so definitely. Um, yeah. You guys are awesome, though. I mean, for you guys to still be here, I've been streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and you guys have pretty much all been here the whole time, majority of you. So that is freaking awesome. You know, I mean, I don't know what to say. Uh, it's freaking cool, man. Um, when it comes to that, so I think it's our love for weather. It's our love for God. Obviously, it's our love for God, number one, right? Our love to help our fellow brothers and sisters out. And then it's our love for weather and a love for, um, just being part of a great community and being able to talk and be able to just be open, right? And that's the way that I always said to myself, if I was like, if I ever become a streamer, if I ever become just, you know, do live streams, whatever, like I wouldn't, because a lot of times streamers or stuff like that, they'll put like, well, don't want you to talk about this, don't want you to talk about that, stuff like that. But with me, it's just, I want people to be open and talk about whatever you want to talk about and be transparent about it, and we can talk about it as a family, get through it as a family, and you know, things like that. So Sonia says Julie nerds out all the time. Sonia, what is Julie nerding out on? Because we want to know what Julie is being a nerd about. Jonathan says, don't have many storm chasers in the UK, but there are some. Yeah, I can see that just because of, obviously the weather and everything. So, Saved by Its Grace says, Amen. I feel like I'm with family. Awesome. Same way. I feel the same way as well. I appreciate that. Appreciate um, the camaraderie. Appreciate um, being able to be open and being transparent and being respectful of one another, and just helping each other. And that's um, what it's about. So understanding what it looks like. So Sonia says it's 12:27 a.m. time for me. Yep. 2:27 my time. Yep. Jonathan is, I believe, 6 hours ahead of me. So I think Jonathan is 8:27 right now. So, yep. And so Jonathan is basking in the sun right now. If the sun is out, he's basking in it uh, and everything. So, but yeah. Yep. Already the morning in Yorkshire. Yep. Already. Uh, Sonia said, Jonathan, where do you live? As far as I know, Sonia, Jonathan lives in Yorkshire, United Kingdom. That's where I know he lives at. But Jonathan, please chime in if I'm wrong. So, um, yeah, he's in a small village called Hellifield, part of the United Kingdom, part of, I think it's like Yorkshire territory, or Yorkshire. I forget exactly how that is like uh, defined over there. So. Um, Jonathan, in the United Kingdom, do you guys have what is called like counties? Because in the United States, we have things that are called counties that separate different jurisdictions and different things that nature. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys have what are called counties over there. Not 100% sure of that. That's awesome. Um, Hopefully that Pastor John and Melanie made it back to. Uh, oh, okay. So Yorkshire is a county. That's awesome. Okay. Uh, and yeah, that's true. That's true. Louisiana is one of the oddballs out where they instead of calling them counties, they call them parishes. So yes, that's great job on that. Thank you, Saved by His Grace, for that. Oh, okay. Sonia says Julie is a weather nerd like me. It's an inside joke we have. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. That's cool. Um, are you and Julie from the same area? Are you guys friends or something, or you guys just know each other off of YouTube here or whatever it may be? So, but you guys think that would be cool though? For me, if me and Pastor John do a live stream together, would you? Is that be something you guys would like to see? Let me know in the comments. If that is something you guys would be interested in. So, Saved by His Grace says yes. Thank you, Saved by His Grace. Appreciate that. The stream with Freddie. That would be cool. I actually have never. I know John pretty well just by meeting him through Google Meet and things like that. But I've never actually met Freddie or anything. So, but that would be cool. I mean, if that was something that Freddie would be into, I would be totally open to doing that. So maybe that's what the good Lord has in plan sometime down the future. That would be cool. So that would be really cool. Yeah, I think that would be so cool. Jonathan says the UK is made up of 92 historical counties, some of which no longer exist. Now there are only 42. Wow. So you guys went down by 50. So looks like we got everybody say hi to Nessie Loch Nessie. Thank you so much for joining in. Thank you. Appreciate that. So thank you so much for joining. Nessie Loch Nessie, thank you for chatting. Saved by His Grace says, I think if you reached out, many chasers would like to be a part of this Tornado Talk community. I'd pay about it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely all in God's timing, and definitely all what the good Lord wants. So just very thankful for that. So yes, very thankful that that you all are in here. 24 of you in here. If you're new here, please like and subscribe. If you enjoy my content, please share as well. Definitely appreciate that. By liking and subscribing, it gives the YouTube algorithm, just points me in a positive direction in that way. So I definitely appreciate that. And if you're new here as well, this is my seventh stream, so very thankful for that. Just very blessed for that. And if you're new to the way that I do these streams are set up uh, to give a lesson and to give a seminar on a certain topic. And tonight's topic was actually kind of a twofold topic, which was the origins of storm chasing and storm chasing 101. So the cadence and the of it is I will start with the topic and teach the topic first, and then we will get into having some personal fireside chats and getting into other things of that nature. But I will always teach the topic at the beginning of the stream. So when it comes to that, so I have a lot of good other ideas lined up in place with that. So I'm just very blessed to have the subscribers I do at this short amount of time. I'm blessed to have that. Just a lot of great stuff. So Saved by His Grace says, will there be a stream tomorrow night after church? Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow as well. And tomorrow, well, let me make sure we're talking the same verbiage here. Saved by His Grace. I should say today because it's 2:30 in the morning, my time, 2:36. So I will say, yes, I will be streaming again today, July 5th. So Sunday, July 5th. So yes. I know it get confusing, obviously, by that. But yes, definitely, I have a great topic again lined up for tomorrow. Or for to see now, I started using tomorrow. I have a great topic lined up for tonight, for today, again. So something that I believe will benefit all of us. And I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, obviously, in my teachings. So if you ever have any feedback or say, hey, you missed something there, or hey, I want to add something onto that, always feel free to add something on in the comments or let me know or point something out, because that's how we get better, by holding each other accountable and being able to be teachers of each other. So yeah, so and then but yes, but Sonia says, laugh out loud, Nessie. John Boy is the latest I mod for. Yes, thank you. I'm blessed because brother John, recommended basically all of his moderators. So he said they will be great moderators for you. And I said, I trust what you're saying, so I will ask them if they want to be moderators for me. Um, so I'm just very helpful, very, very thankful for that, for Brother John, Pastor John, offering that assistance with the moderators and recommending you guys. So very, very cool with that. Um, but yes, great point that Nessie says. Yes, even teachers need teachers. That is correct. And as a leader, like you will hear me say a lot, is as a leader, um, I never graduate, so that means that I never stop learning. And by me never stop learning, that means I have to be a student at all times. So not only am I a teacher, I am also a student as well. So that's the way that I view that. That's the way I look at that. That's the way that I approach learning, and I approach that as well. But thanks again to all 25 of you who are in here right now. Um, Very thankful for that. Very blessed for that. So, Nessie says, I love learning. Yes, I love learning as well. That's how we actually get to become great teachers, is because we should be great learners first, and always, and then become great teachers. But again, as a leader and as a teacher, we never graduate, which means that we never stop learning. So um, Jonathan says, okay, troops, I have animals to feed and stuff to do. I send my heart and prayers to each of you and your family. Speak to you all in the next stream. Take care. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it you so much. Thank you for joining in and for being a great brother in Christ, for being just so awesome, and definitely appreciate that so much. You are awesome. So thank you so much, uh, Jonathan. Appreciate that, brother. God bless you, brother. So thank you so much. So very cool stuff. Very, very great stuff. Jonathan's very, very great brother from over in the UK. So very awesome stuff. Um, and if any of you in here are not on Brother John McKinney's Discord, please join his Discord um, um, server. So I would definitely recommend being a part of that, where you can post. Um, there's so many different things you can post in there, from pets to trains to just a whole community of type of things to post in there. So definitely, if you are not a part of uh, John McKinney's, I would definitely become a part of John McKinney's, Brother John McKinney's Discord. So um, Discord is, say by His grace, Discord is another social media platform. So, but it's mainly just for like gaming, and well, it's big in the gaming community. So it's not just for gaming, but it's big. It's mainly used in a gaming community. But it's where you can hop on a server, have private servers, and just be a part of that. So, uh, and yeah, so it's very cool. So yeah, Discord. If you look it up, that's what Discord is. And feel free to join Brother John's Discord server. So um, I wonder if Sonia, would you be able? Can you do me a favor, Sonia? Can you post uh, or somebody modding in here? Can you post, please, um, Brother John's um, Discord link, please? I'm actually going to add that into. I'm going to add it into Streamlabs for tomorrow's stream, so I'll have that added in there. So, because I do have his link added into his YouTube link, but I do not have his Discord link. So, if somebody could add in his Discord link here, that would be pretty awesome. So, um, Saved by His Grace says, "Do I download it from Play Store?" Yeah, from Google Play Store. If you're talking about the Google Play Store, yes, yep, definitely. So, yeah, if you go into Google Play Store, you just type in Discord, and the app will come up. You just download the app, create an account, and then if somebody, again, then we could point you in the right direction of John's Brother John's um, Discord server. So you can join that. You'll find me on there. I do believe Sonia's on there. Lisa Peter. I mean, everybody you see: Lisa Peterson, Rachel Singleton, Jonathan. I think there's like 36 people in there right now. I think who are on the server as well. So yeah. But besides that, yeah. So definitely join in on that server. Just a lot of good things. So lots and lots of good things that are going on the Discord server there. So, and again, you can do a lot of different things there. You can there's a lot of millions of different, or a lot of stuff you can different post about main topics, streaming topics, again, pets. I mean, there's what am I looking here? I'll pull it up and I'll look at it. Uh, so if we look at it here, let me look at Discord here. It looks like there's 37 members in it right now, and you can do yeah, there's testimonies, there's weather media, there's pet pics, music, introduce yourself, weather chat. Off there's just a whole bunch of stuff that you can go in there and find some great stuff for Brother John's Discord. So a lot of great stuff in there, and that's a way to stay connected off of YouTube. So it's a big way to stay in touch and connected. Like I said, off of YouTube there. So since YouTube doesn't, at least to my best knowledge, does not allow direct messaging or things of that nature. Um, so yeah, so Discord is a great option, and that is what we are all on. It's on the Discord there, so and it's very good stuff. So, uh, looks like Sonia says, "Thank you, Nancy. The fireworks are stressing her out." Okay, so you're talking about your cat, I believe. Yep. So Nessie says it's finally a nice sunny day here, and then week of rain and winds in Scotland, far north. Will you mind sharing where you are at, Nessie? Cause that's pretty cool. So that's pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So again, if anybody on here, does not have or is not part of Brother John's Discord, please get on his Discord because that would be really really awesome. So when it comes to that, so I wonder if I could find it here. I might be able to link it. Nessie says furthest point of Scotland in the UK. Oh, so we have another UK over here. Awesome. That is cool. That is awesome. I've never been to Scotland. It has always looked like a fun time, though. My wife loves Ireland. She has been there and she loves Ireland. But I have never been to Ireland or Scotland or the UK or anything like that. So, but maybe one day. You never know. The good Lord willing. So, when it comes to that, but very cool stuff. Very cool culture. Very cool heritage. Um, definitely, definitely cool stuff there for sure. So, yeah, because when I read your name, it reminded me of the Loch Ness monster. So I think that maybe that's what that is taken from, as your name taken from the Loch Ness monster, uh, or not. So um, not 100% sure, but that's what I was thinking of when I first read it. So um, when it comes to that, but yeah, it's super cool. Like what I've seen of Scotland and Ireland and things of that nature. So yep, yep, the Loch Ness monster. Yep. Yeah, Sonya, I gotta add it into Streamlabs. I'm gonna add it into Streamlabs later today, so we can just type in the command and get to it. But is there a way you can actually post? Do you actually um Do you actually know his Discord uh, link or URL? Um, because that would be awesome. That'd be awesome if you could. If not, I could probably find it online and post it myself. Post a link myself. Saved by His Grace says, everyone, if you haven't already, please consider liking and subscribing. It's totally free and it helps prompt the YouTube algorithm to suggest the channel to more people. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you, Saved by His Grace. Thank you for uh, doing that, for pointing it out. Definitely appreciate that. Um, but that is, yes, it does. It helps tremendously. So it's awesome. So oh, Nessie is one of my mods for Jaden. Okay, we're talking about Jaden Pappenheim. Is that what we're talking about? If so, I am quite familiar with Jaden Pappenheim's work. Nessie says, "Can you explain what tornado genesis is?" Sure. Yeah, that's actually That's actually a really great question, and it's actually a question that scientists and storm lovers and it's not an actual definitive defined yet in the field of when it comes to defining how a tornado forms. But in the main part of tornadogenesis, right? You need a lot of wind shear. Wind shear for one, you're going to need winds going in different directions. So that's going to aid in tornadogenesis, right? You're going to need an updraft, right? So um, you're going to need strong winds aloft. You're going to need uh, spin. You're going to need wind shear. You are going to need an RFD wrapping around the backside of the storm. You're going to need inflow. You're going to need a lot of different things for tornadogenesis to happen. So again, that's why it's not fully understood why tornadoes actually happen. Or and so But again, for me, the biggest thing about for tornado genesis to happen for me is going to be wind shear. So for me, wind shear is right. So when you go up in different levels, the winds are going in different directions, and you need a lot of instability, but not just instability. You need a lot of chaos, and what creates the chaos is the wind shear. So the wind shear is what is creating that violent, turbulent winds blowing to the west in one direction, the winds blowing into the east in another direction. So then they start spinning. So you need a lot of moisture to help fuel the storms, and you need that instability, the cape, the available potential energy there to help fuel them. So yes, you need a lot of motion, but besides a lot of motion, you need a lot of chaos, and that's where wind shear comes into play at. And that's so you can talk about dew points and we could talk about humidity and things of that nature, but really you need a strong updraft. So you need motion, so you need an updraft. You need with being able to have spin in the storm, and you need the wind shear to keep that violence going. So with me, that's high spring tornado genesis. For one, it's not fully 100% known, but to me, that is a lot of the ingredients to create tornado genesis there. So hopefully that was able to explain some of that when it comes to that. But yeah, everybody has a little bit of different opinions on what tornado genesis is, but the overall, yeah, but. Nessie says, "Oh, I see. There's so much going to it. RFD, updraft, and wind shear. Yes, there's a lot of things that are in play. There's just not like one set parameter, and once it hits that parameter, there's going to be a tornado. It's not how it works. Um, that's just that's just not the way that it works. So." Simon says, "Sorry, John Boy, but my device won't let me post his Discord." Okay, I will post this. I will try to pull it up here before the end of my stream and get that on there. So, but yeah, so Nessie, you gotta have a lot of instability. You gotta have a lot of chaos. Gotta have a lot of wind shear, that's driving different directions, and you got to have the strong updraft that's being able to being lifted up. So once you have that strong updraft that's being able to being lifted, and then once the updraft lifts, then the wind shear can take it and start spinning it. So that's what you need a lot of. But it's not always going to happen. Sometimes you have the greatest setup. You have the strongest cape. You can have the best wind shear. You can have the best moisture. You can have the best everything, and a storm will still hit into those parameters and still not drop a tornado. So that's why it's unknown when it comes to that. So yeah, so it's it that's why there's one storm will hit those parameters, not drop anything, but another storm might come in there and drop it. So it's very strange. It's very strange. And then there's times where a storm will tap into like the least amount of available energy to tap into like the worst like spin, and all of a sudden it'll plant a good sized tornado, and those are all the times that make you scratch your head and wonder, be like, it's just that's why it's for one, I'm a huge believer, so that's what my channel is based off of. It's based off of God first. So I'm a believer that, you know, obviously God created the weather, so God is bigger than what us humans can never understand about the weather, and that's why we would never ever be able to predict the weather and forecast the weather correctly, because we just won't be able to do that. We only have a finite mind. We don't have infinite knowledge. So um, when it comes to that, so yeah, so just in a roundabout way, Nessie, lots of different parameters go into tornado genesis, and it does not mean that if they are all there, that it's still going to happen. So it's just very strange. Yes, 777. That's right. Yes, absolutely. Seven's a perfect number. So yes, definitely. But yeah, but it's weird. It is weird. It's weird, Nessie. I love weather too, and I've always been fascinated by the fact that a storm could have all the lift. It can have all of the it could have all of the wind shear. It could have all of the strongest, just off the charts parameters, and then it taps into it, and it still does not drop anything. So it's just very strange. And that could be seen. So if you're a mod for Jane Pappenheim, if you remember back in what was it, late April? I remember late April here in the U.S. we had a tornado PDS watch that was out, and nothing ever came from that tornado PDS watch, because all the parameters were there, all of the lift was there, the spin was there, everything was in place, but still nothing happened out of that tornado PDS watch. And then they put out another tornado PDS watch, which I think was in May sometime. I could be wrong. It was some around that time again, and nothing happened again, even though all the parameters were there, all the data was pointing to strong, long-lived tornadoes, um, and but just nothing could that just it wasn't there. Nothing ever happened. So just never know. And so it's just very um, yeah. So it's just very you just never know. I mean, you get these. Sometimes they put out these types of watches, these tornado PDS watches, and nothing ever comes from it. And sometimes they just put out a normal regular tornado watch, and 50 tornadoes will spin up inside that watch. So your guess is as good as mine. So uh, when it comes to that. So I know the parameters that need to be there. I know the stuff that needs to be there, but uh, and so it's really awesome. So yeah, Sonia says Nessie is all about learning to try what you can. Heck, I'm still learning certain things too. I never claim to know everything. That's awesome. Same as me. I don't know it all either. So um, you know, and that's why it's all that's why I love learning about it. And but yeah, definitely, yeah, definitely. Like when I teach people about tornado genesis or how tornadoes form and things of that, it's it's like, yeah, it's like we know the parameters that it really need to be set up. And but like I teach people, like, just because the parameters are there and they're strong, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. And but it's just the nature. It's just the way that God created it. And but yeah, because I was very, you know, I'm very interested in learning too. So I'm constantly learning about that as well. Learning, uh, you know, just the all about that. So it's very good stuff. Very great question though. So thank you very much, Nessie, on that. It's a very loaded question because of just the things that go into it. You know, so. Um, but yes, very great. So, so thank you so much for that, Nessie. Great question. Love that question. So, um, but yeah, I'm the same way. I'm very humble. Like I know I don't know everything, and that's why um, uh, Say by His Grace says, I really enjoy learning about anything, especially about meteorological topics. Yes, same. Me too. And there's so much to learn, right? I mean, um, very true, Sonia. Yep, my dad always said you can never stop learning. That's very true. Yeah, that's awesome. That's 100% true. Um, but yeah, with me, I've always gravitated though towards like the severe side of things. Like I love weather, like just altogether. But really my knowledge and my expertise lies in like severe weather and tornadoes and things like that. I've never have really have dived into like and then oh, Nessie says, sorry about that, Nessie. Says, those who claim to know everything unfortunately failed at that point. Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's like you can't claim to know everything because you never will know everything. You have to be, in my opinion, like you got to be humble and you got to be understand that you're always constantly going to learn and not know something. So, so yes. So thank you on that very much. But yeah, so it's just you know, to never stop learning. But for me, like I said, for me, my expertise and stuff I've been studying and you know, for a long time has been severe weather. Like I said, when it comes to tornadoes and severe weather storms and things of that. But one thing I haven't really ever gotten into is hurricanes. I mean, I know like the basic gist of hurricanes and things of that, but I'm not anywhere near a hurricane. Um, you know, my knowledge isn't anywhere near that I know of hurricanes. I know about tornadoes and severe storms and things of that nature. So, but it is fascinating to know because there's so much out there to know about weather. There's so much how it actually affects everybody, how it affects businesses, how it affects you know, global trade. There's just a lot of, you know, the weather plays a huge part into all that. So when it comes to that, so um, and I'm just like a big like I like a lot of weather. I nerd out on a lot of weather stuff. I nerd out um, on that. So in that. So Nessie says every step physically taken, the body and brain learn. So it's in our physical and mental state. We learn how great it is, the body and the mind. Thank you, Nessie. It's very awesome. Thank you so much. Yep. Sonia says, exactly, Nessie. I love how you do whatever you can to learn everything you can. That's what makes you a great mod. It does. Yeah, absolutely. Learning is just, I mean, that's what's awesome. So, um, and that's what learning is. Learning is about helping each other learn and, you know, and bouncing ideas back and forth off each other, feeding off each other. and just imparting our knowledge to people that we can, and then obviously as being learners, being able to soak up that knowledge and to take that knowledge. So that's why I always consider myself a learner all the time. So that's why I love researching a lot of different things and everything. So but yeah, but very, very great stuff. Very great stuff, Nessie. Awesome. Um, but yeah, any other questions? If you have, Nessie, that I can help you out with, or and I will be 100% transparent with you. If I know it, I would definitely tell you and help you. And if I don't know it, I would tell you, and so I don't lead you down the wrong way. So, uh, but I would be 100% transparent with you in either direction of that. So, um, when it comes to that, but yeah, I grew up just learning a lot, studying a lot, watching the Weather Channel a lot. Then I got into uh, deep diving into like videos and teachings and things of that. And then I taught myself a lot as well too, uh, and then just hanging out with talking to other weather buffs and weather nerds and just stuff like that. So, but that's what helped me. That's what has helped me gain a lot of my knowledge. So, uh, Nessie says, Lee, yes, please. Why does dew points and temp make a difference in tornado possibilities? So, what we're talking about, so when we're talking about dew points, right? We're talking about moisture in the air, right? So dew points provide moisture, and for moisture to be there, we need a lot of moisture to be there for tornadoes, for convection. So when you look at there's usually a dew point gradient, or a dew point separation from the temperature, outside temperature, and the dew point. So let's say the outside temperature is 75 degrees. We'll use this as an example. Let's say the dew point is at 65. So it's a 10 degree difference from the two of them. Well, that falls in line with the parameters of, in order usually to get a lot of good tornado action going and things of that. It's usually about was it about 18 degrees or below from each other. So um, and then so yeah, but dew point, to just on a broad overscale term for or 60,000 foot view of it, dew point is what's carrying that moisture. It's what's providing that moisture up there for the storms to tap into. And if the temperature and the dew point remain within a certain amount of degrees within each other, it creates a zone for storms to really fire off of, and really storms to blossom off of. So that's the best way to describe dew point, is that it's helping aid in, it's helping to draw in that moisture for the storms to continue to, because that's what you need convection for. The storms need that moisture in order to create the turbulence and to create those parcels of air and to create the water droplets. And then so if it's drawing in moisture from the dew point, then if it has a strong updraft and everything else, then it can take all that moisture, create it, and turn it into hail, and then drop that back down, and drop that back down into rain. So um, with that, Nessie says, I was told within 13 degrees of each other. Is that what you mean? So you've heard 13. I've always heard 18 or less. So see, so you've heard one thing and I've heard another thing, and doesn't mean that either one of us are right or wrong. Um, but I've always heard, um, but I have always heard, yes, I've always heard within 18 degrees or less of each other. So that's what I have had. But like, again, if you've heard 13, that's awesome. That's even less. So when it comes to that. So, but again, you need that dew point. You really want to have that dew point. Uh, um, because when you start getting into like the 60-degree dew points, the 70-degree dew points, you're talking really, really, really moist air, really driving in that, being able to tap into that. So, but yes, But great thing. That's cool. You've heard 13. That's awesome. That's really cool. Um, when it comes to that, so cool. Great question, Nessie. When it comes to that, so Saved by His Grace says, "Brothers and sisters, I must retire for the night. Thank you, Saved by His Grace. I hope that you all have a peaceful day, evening. Lord willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Blessings to you all." Thank you so much, Saved by His Grace, for hanging out tonight and on your 4th of July. I know um, it's a great uh, just blessing for you to be here. So definitely appreciate that. And thank you for spending your holiday time with all of us here. So God bless you and have a great night. Thank you so much. Nessie says, now 18 makes me feel that's more right to me because I've seen tour happen at 16 or 17. Yeah. Uh, yeah. That's about what I've always been taught is around 18 or 18 degree or less difference between each other. But again, um, I don't even know if there's a lot. Um, yeah, you just never know. So, um, uh, see. Yeah, thank you very much. Say by His grace again. God bless you and have a great night. Thank you so much for that. So, but awesome, yeah. Nessie, keep asking away, please. I love answering. I love being the to help the best that I can with that. So hopefully that helped uh, a little bit understand what why the temperature and the dew point kind of do there in there. So um, and Nessie says, so how did you get into weather, John Boy? I got into weather. I can remember being into weather. Man, probably in the late 80s. So I think I've probably been into weather, I would say probably like 38 years or something, maybe, or something like that. Um, I can remember like 5 or 6 or 7 being really, really just um, wanting to really learn and have like a yearning, like not even like just a learning, but like a yearning, like a strong yearning passion for weather uh, and things of that. But yeah, so I can just remember that. I remember just always watching a lot of the Weather Channel, just being really just passionate about cloud formations and just outside weather and just very passionate about storms and so yeah, really just got into it as a young kid that I can remember and um, yeah, then as I've grown older and everything, just really have dived into like, getting more to behind the scenes of the science that goes into it and the uh, kind of more of the kind of more of the granular side of things and so yeah, so I've just loved like, I can remember as a kid always just being like, oh man, that's just so wild how like a tornado can hit one house but leave the house right next to it standing and just hearing these things when you're a kid and then hearing thunderstorms and seeing lightning and so I don't know with me it's just I've just always been fascinated and I think it's just been fascinating because the pure power of it just knowing where that power comes from and so that's what really has really piqued my interest in weather and uh, and it's something that affects everybody every day, and it does, whether people want to believe it or not. But weather does affect everybody every day, So, but yeah, I would watch the Weather Channel for pretty much all day long. I would learn about cold fronts and warm fronts and given forecast and just all of that stuff. I just have always just been in love. I just have just always loved it. So I've always been a weather. I've always been a weather nerd that way, a weather buff that way. I've always just been passionate about that. Yeah. Nessie says, "Oh yes, I love thunder and lightning, but not like atmospheric pressure drops. I get terrible headaches hours before a thunderstorm." Oh wow! So I do know, and I have heard of people who, kind of similar to you, Nessie, uh, what they have if they have like arthritis or if they have something, like they'll get like bone cramps or they'll get like aches and pains or whatever before a storm comes. So it's almost like a forewarning, like a foretell sign that a storm is about to hit or things something of that nature. So that's pretty cool when it comes to that. Um, but I mean, not cool you get headaches, but I mean it's like it's almost like a forewarning that something's coming. Um, but yeah, um, then I'm just like, and I've always just been fascinating, like, to just kind of talk a little bit more about the weather thing there. I just always have been fascinated with like the pure raw power of tornadoes. And um, Nessie says it's my prediction tool headaches in a certain area of head. Also, yes, arthritis can tell when it's going to rain. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people. And I'm just going to say that's a true thing because I've heard that from many, many, many people about arthritis and everything. So when it comes to that, but yeah, just get back in like yeah. I just I've always been fascinated with tornadoes. Been fascinated with the pure power that again how they happen, why they happen. Um, um, Nessie says cirrus and lenticular clouds are my faves. Nice, nice. I'd have to say anvil. Anvil clouds are probably one of my probably my. I'd probably have to say that's probably like right near the top, probably. From what I've seen, though, I've never seen Mammatus in person, at least that I can recall. But Mammatus clouds look very, very awesome. Um, but yeah, but I would probably have to say Anvil, probably just so cool because when it hits that top of the troposphere or the trouble pause, and it spreads out because it can't go any higher uh, up in the atmosphere because there's no weather up there when it hits. Um, so when that comes through, um, so that's just cool to see the anvil the way that it does that. So it's just pretty cool. Um, Lenticular look like motherships, but elongated. Okay, yeah, motherships are cool. Motherships are really cool. Those are just fascinating type of storm structure. Definitely, definitely. Um, when it comes to that, um, but yeah, definitely. Motherships are like I said, they're very they're storm chasers love motherships because they're so photogenic and they're so like just like a sci-fi type looking thing so that sells a lot when they get pictures and videos of motherships. That's why a lot of streamers and storm chasers love to see motherships out there. One thing though, I say some of the clouds I don't like the most would be like roll clouds and like shelf clouds, because then we're talking about uh, like a huge MCS coming through, things of that nature. Um, and that's going to be a lot of wind coming straight at you. Nessie says, yes, I have fibromyalgia and more, but hey, yeah, I can't take pills as chemical sensitive. Oh wow. So I tried listening to body and I tried that, but not. Oh wow. Um, Wave clouds frighten me. Okay, why do they frighten you for? Uh, if like if you do want to tell that Nessie for. Just curious on that. And I also like. I think it's also cool when we see we call them thunderheads, or we see like cumulonimbus clouds blowing up. Like in the distance, and you can see them just getting taller and taller and taller and taller and taller, and you can see them building up the convection, and you're like, okay, that thing's about to really pop off. So, but yeah, you can feel it. You can kind of feel that moisture in the air. You kind of feel the heat, and then you see the big cumulonimbus getting bigger and bigger. So you're like, okay, so they've got some convection going on around here. So um, it's a good thing to know. So, and a lot of times cloud formations will tell you, with the certain type of weather or severe weather that's happening and what's going on. And so or I shouldn't say sometimes, if it's good for people to know different types of cloud formations and um, because that can help you visually see the certain type of weather that's coming at you. So, very good on that. Um, but yeah, very, very, very good. But yeah, so I just get back into why I got into it. I just remember always having the love and passion for it, and just being driven from that. So, Nessie says they roll in, and I always get the sense of doom. I have no idea why, but I think from my younger days was told it's the end of the world. Wow, starting which now I'm older, don't make sense, but still in my head. Oh wow. Um. Okay. Well, that I can understand from that. Then definitely, definitely. Well, thank you for sharing that, Nessie. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. So, um, yeah, definitely. So, it is Um, 3:21 my time, which makes it 4:21 Eastern time, 2:21 Mountain time, 1:21 Pacific time. So, thank you to the 22 of you who are still in here at this time of morning or day, wherever, if you're in the UK or wherever you may be at. So just very thankful for the 22 of you who are in here. And if you're new here, please like and please subscribe. Please share if you enjoy my content, if you enjoy learning about weather, and enjoy these fireside chats that go beyond weather. So whether that's learning about God, or that's talking about mental illness or mental health, or whatever other fireside chats that we have, please like and please subscribe. Definitely appreciate that very much. So, Nessie says it's where teachers need to be careful for their youngers what they say. I agree with that. I agree with that because you really don't want to instill irrational fear into you don't really don't want to definitely don't want to do that. So, at least in my opinion, that's what I would say. So, when it comes to that, so definitely, um, very very thankful for that. So, what else you got, Nessie? Any other questions? Anything else you want to learn about the weather? I am here to help you. So whatever else you that I can help you with. And again, if I don't know the answer to the question, I will tell you I do not know the answer because I won't know everything. Um, so, um, but I will definitely try to help you with anything that you might want to know. So, um, because it's good to know weather again is just awesome. It's powerful. It's just very cool stuff. So um, I don't want to keep you. Like Nancy says, I don't want to keep you up unless you're like me, an insomniac. I'm usually up pretty late, so I mean I'm still good. I've been streaming for about 4 hours and almost 40 minutes. So I plan on going for about at least another 20 more minutes to get to the 5 hour mark. So, uh, yeah, so please fire away if you have any other questions, and we can discuss that and talk about that. So, but it'd be fun. So, still 22 of you great, wonderful people in here. Definitely appreciate that. And Sonia, please, um, Sonia, please too, if you have any, let me know what you were talking about earlier. Contact me on Discord or whatever you want to contact me on there, and let me know what you were talking about earlier, Sonia. That would be really great. So, but yeah, Nessie, if you have anything else, that's great. If not, then we'll just hang out and chit chat and for another 20 minutes. So, Nessie says, why does the middle of the USA get a lot of tornadoes? So, here is the main reason, Nessie. So, and I'm glad I have the map up to show you. So, you see this right here, which is the Gulf of Mexico. This right here is the main reason why that the U.S. gets so many tornadoes in this section right here. All because of this warm, moist water that is known as the Gulf of Mexico. Now, why is that? Well, let's get into that. So, storm systems, cold fronts, whatever else, they'll come out of the west here, right? They'll come from the west. A lot of times they'll drop down like this, and they'll come out, but they have to clear the Rockies, right? So here is the Rocky Mountains right around in this, well, probably like more like in this section, but you get the picture. So the storm systems from the west have to come over and clear the Rockies. So once they clear the Rockies, and and the way that they're spinning is they are drawing up moisture. They are drawing up moisture from the south, from the Gulf of Mexico. So when they clear the Rockies, you got cold air aloft that is pulling in warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico. So what happens is you get this warm, moist air that collides with the cold air that's aloft, the cold air that's coming over out from the Rockies, and they meet up right about in this spot right over here, and that is why on a high 60-foot level is because we have cold air coming out over here, and we have warm air that's being drawn up from the storm system. So if the Gulf of Mexico was not here, let's say this was land, right? So let's just picture a big land mass right here. We would not, in the United States, not get anywhere near the amount of tornadoes that we get now. So the main reason that we get tornadoes in the Midwest or in the Central Plains, I should say, is because of our friend, the Gulf of Mexico. And that is why. That's what draws it up. So, yes. So, yes, Nessie says, I see. So cold air from, so it's going to be the cold air from the west coming in. So the cold air out here from the west. And then, so the cold air is going to be driving in from west to east. And then when it's spinning, so as it spins, it pulls in the air and the moisture and the warmth from the Gulf of Mexico. So you got winds coming this way, west to east. You got it when it's spinning, it's pulling up the wind here. It's pulling up the moisture. So you got spin going this direction. You got moisture coming up into it this direction. So once they collide, it's cold air meeting warm air, and certain mass, and those masses don't like being in the same vicinity of each other. It creates volatility, it creates chaos. So that's what happens so the whole main reason is it's drawing from the Gulf of Mexico right here. And the Gulf of Mexico is like always warm, like all year round. Seems to be like 80 some degrees or 90 degrees or something. It's always super warm, hot water, moisture water right here. So this right here, as the United States, we just happen to have this right here. So, and that's what pulls it up. So, Nessie says, does it have to have fairly flat area? No, nope, absolutely not. If you mean like for tornado formation or things like that, because a lot of times too, when these systems come out, they'll eject pretty quickly across down here, down the southeast region down here. So they'll eject over here, and they'll pull up the warm, moist air here. So you will get sometimes we'll get a lot of tornado activity across Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee and Georgia and stuff. And right here, all this region right here is nothing but trees and elevation and a lot of different things. So it's not flat at all in these parts. So Louisiana will get a lot of tornadoes as well. So it just all depends on where that system ejects out from the Rockies at. So sometimes it ejects more north up here. So you will see more stuff up in this region. Sometimes it'll eject further south. So we'll see stuff down here in the southern region. So it just all depends on where that low pressure system ejects from. So that's what is driving that. But again, the main thing is the Gulf of Mexico, and that is why we have so many tornadoes for, because we got the cold air meeting with the warm air, and then creating the turbulence and everything else. So hopefully, Nessie says, now that's interesting. I always thought, because tours mainly in mid USA, that it was because it's flatter. Now this makes more sense that it's not so. Yes. Um, yes, great point. It just happens to be that because the land over here is flat. That's just it's just flat land. That's all it is. But I mean, even if the land here was trees and um, hilly and everything else, that storm system is still going to eject out, and it's still going to pull up that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. So yeah, so we get a lot of Mississippi sees a lot of tornadoes, Alabama, uh, Georgia, Arkansas, Tennessee, all this region in here sees quite a bit of tornadoes, just because of where it ejects from and it pulls up that moisture from. So, but again, the main cause of our tornadoes, the main scientific cause of our tornadoes is due from the Gulf of Mexico. So it's a cool key point and a key fact. Um, so it's really cool. So when it comes to that, so yes, great question though. Very great question. Do you guys have? I have a question for you, Nessie. Do you guys have? I'm not familiar with Scotland at all, so uh, I'm not familiar with Scotland. Like when it comes like weather-wise, do you guys have a tornado season, or do you guys get any type of tornadoes in Scotland at all? So please let me know. That would be awesome to learn about and to see. So Nessie says this is a great learning channel. Thank you for your time and teachings at John Boy. Uh, yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Nessie. I definitely appreciate that. Um, thank you so much. That's my goal, is to help teach and to help you guys teach me as well, and to help and to learn myself. So, um, but yeah, definitely let me know, Nessie, if you guys have a tornado type season in Scotland, and if what that looks like, if you guys do. Um, because again, that is really awesome to know and awesome to see. So, what that looks like. So, Because again, I'm not familiar with UK ish, Scotland, Ireland, all that. I'm not familiar with severe weather season like over there. So, okay, Nessie says we do have tornadoes, but no particular strength. But I seen small ones and I seen a couple strong water spouts. Okay, okay, so clearly nothing like the U.S. and um, obviously that makes sense just because of the geography and um, the the atmospheric conditions that go into that. So definitely so. Lots of people say UK do not have tornadoes. We do have them for sure. Okay. Yeah, definitely. And you guys use the TORRO scale. I think it's called Toro. I think it's how it's pronounced. I could be wrong, but I know you guys don't use the EF scale. I know the UK uses the TORRO scale when it comes to rating tornadoes. So um, that's I'm familiar with that, um, but not familiar with, like I said, with anything else like when it comes to that. So the worst is when it destroys garages, etc., and rules, but nothing big. Okay. Yeah, nothing like over here in the U.S. where you get houses like completely slabbed and completely wiped clean and everything else. So when it comes to that, so um, but very good stuff. So yeah, very good. That is awesome. Thank you, Nessie, uh, for letting me know about that from Scotland in the UK. Nessie says we have about 30 a year. That's awesome. Thank you very much. So if you guys have about 30 a year in the United States, our average is about 1,200 a year. Um, so you can imagine the difference. That's just wild to think in comparison, right? United States sees on average about 1,200 or 1,200 tornadoes a year. Nessie says around 30 tornadoes a year are reported in UK. These are typically small and short-lived, but can cause structural damage if they pass over built-up areas. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Nessie, for that. Definitely appreciate that. Such great information on that. Thank you so much when it comes to that. So awesome. Still looks like we got. Looks like we got Matt our Hunter one for subscribing. Thank you very much. Definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Nessie says, but if you put UK into USA so many times, it's about 600. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Nessie. Appreciate that. And thanks again for Matt R. Hunter or Matt R. Hunter 1 for subscribing. Definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Definitely appreciate it. Yes, and if you are not subscribed, or if you have not yet, please like and please subscribe. Um, please like and please subscribe and please um, share. Please do that. It helps me out a lot as I get kicked off with streaming and everything. So, and to help you guys out, helps me out, and we work as a team here. So definitely appreciate that. Nessie says all my subscribe never came up on screen. Let's me refresh that then and see. Let me. Oh, I know why. So let me go back. I know why, because it only pops up on screen if it is a so you might have your so you might have what's called, so it's called public versus and private. So you might have your subscription set to private. So what that means is when you subscribe to somebody, they won't ever see that you subscribe to them. But if you have your subscription set to public, that means when you subscribe to somebody, it will show them and notify them. So the people who pop up on the screen have public set. The people who have private set, it never pops up. So that's the way that it works. Um, but it looks like I have 869, which is freaking awesome. So closing in on 1,000 pretty quickly. So, and as we know, 1,000 is a very, very um, great mark to get to, because 1,000 is the bare minimum that you need in order to be what is known as a full YouTube partner. So, so closing in on 1,000. So that's very awesome. So, so very thankful for that. So, Nessie, you're welcome. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for your questions. Hopefully, um, you know, learn something from me, and as I learned something from you. So it's very awesome. And and again, Sonia, let me know whatever you were talking about earlier, where you said that you needed to bite your tongue on, or whatever that was. Just want to make sure that everything is cool and you know, kosher your way and everything. So um, so let me know that. And then, but yeah, so closing in on 1,000, which is a great number. It's a great blessing. It's a great, just awesome thing. Awesome, very, very awesome. So to be a part of that. And again, this is my numbers are buoyed and helped, obviously first by God, but second is Brother John McKinney, helping me. So I wouldn't be as far along as I am here if it wasn't for John McKinney. So so definitely appreciative of Brother John and everything else. So for his love and support throughout this process. So and everything. So it's definitely definitely looking forward to um, you know, just learning again from you guys, growing my community, growing it across again several platforms. So I'll look for it tomorrow to be set up on go live on Facebook, as well as simultaneously stream on Facebook, and look to get Twitch involved as well, and possibly Kick. I don't know yet. That might be coming down the pipeline, but don't know yet. So, but besides that, just very thankful for all of you. Very blessed. Thank you all for the chats. Thank you all for tuning in, and for hopefully you learned something from kind of the origins about storm chasing, kind of how that started here in the United States, and kind of some storm chasing 101. So so definitely appreciate all the mods. Appreciate you know, everybody who's just had a, you know, hopefully had a great time. Everybody who's commented, who's liked, who's shared, who's subscribed, everything. So, well, yeah. So just very thankful for all of you. Very blessed for, you know, for everything, for tuning in from everywhere that you guys have tuned in from tonight. So everywhere from the UK to Washington State. So people out in the Pacific time zone, Mountain time zone, Central time zone, Eastern time zone, all of you, just very, very thankful, very blessed for all that. You guys are amazing. So again, have to always give credit and give a shout out to my Lord and Savior for just allowing for all this to happen, for being bold for me, and giving me opportunity to be bold for him. So just very thankful for that. Very blessed in that, and I'm just again just so thankful and so blessed to have the opportunity to have somewhat of a platform, or to have any type of platform to obviously spread the gospel and do the best there that I can. So, but yeah. But again, thank you to all the mods. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Nessie. Thank you to everybody who is still in here. All 22 of you. God bless you all. You guys are all awesome. Just thank you guys so much for everything. So, again, thank you all for the love. And as always, the time, be brave and let the Lord